This is probably going to be a pretty long stream, so, buckle in. What I plan to do is I plan to go through and create, I don't know why I can't do this, create my Neovim config from scratch. So 1 second here. So basically this, let's go take a look at the actual config. I'm probably going to keep like interaction with comments to like a pretty low amount of interaction with comments for this stream, just because it's going to be really long. But let's head over to GitHub really fast. And we'll take a look at the config. All right, and so this is the one we're going to be making. We're basically going to be remaking Launch.nvim here. All right, so, oh wait, whoops. Give me 1 second. Okay, should be good. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be starting with, let's see here. So we'll take a look at the init.lua that's here. And it looks like it's going to be complicated, but it's actually not going to be that complicated. And we're going to start with a function. So let me just go over what this is going to look like. At the end, you'll have something like this. You'll be able to search through files and things like that. Obviously, you're going to have a language server. If you have Copilot, I'll probably set up Copilot. We'll set up Lua line. We'll set up all that kind of good stuff. But oh, darn it, 1 second. Is the mic not working? I don't know if the mic's working or not. You can hear me? Okay. All right. I might be having some issues with some other things, so we'll see if I'm actually able to get the stream done. But hopefully we can. So basically what we want to start with is just one simple function. And so what this is going to do, we're going to have this global variable here called lazy plugin spec, and then we're going to have a function called spec. And what that's going to do is it's just going to add a bunch of specs to a table. Okay, so this is like all the weirdness of how we're going to be starting, right? And then once we're done with that, everything should be actually pretty simple. So that's what that looks like. All right, so now let's get started. Let's blow away the config that we have now. So I'll go to .config here, and I'm just going to move nvim to, I don't know, like nvim.old or something like that. Okay, so we'll start up. We got a brand new config here with nothing in it. So we're going to start like this. We'll create nvim, or whoops, make dir nvim. Okay, and now we're going to start with, let's do init.lua. Okay, and I'm not really actually going to do anything here yet. So that file just exists. We'll make a directory called Lua. We'll cd into there. And now, so the first thing that I'm going to recommend that you do is just create some sort of namespace. So This namespace can be anything. It could be your name, so I could like make your like Chris or something like that. For this, I don't know. I've been using user for a while, but maybe in this case we'll use launch because I'm probably just gonna like overwrite whatever's in that repository with whatever we end up creating here. So I'm gonna do make their launch, okay? So we'll go into launch, and this is not gonna be a Neovim distribution. This is gonna be more like you can clone this and use it for yourself in the future, or you can take code from it, or you can do however you wanna do. You could follow along with this video and do it that way, and just kind of write all this stuff from scratch and do things how you want. I'm not going to be writing every single line from scratch. I'm going to be copy and pasting some stuff, but I'm going to try to like explain it so that it makes sense. Because, you know, I definitely didn't write every single line in my config from scratch. A lot of the time, you know, you just show up to like the documentation and you just copy shit directly out of the documentation. Or like you'll see somebody has a cool function in their config and then you just copy and paste it and put it in yours. So I'm not going to like write this line by line. All right. Will you use Lazy's plugin directory style configuration? I have my own weird way of doing it, but I really like my way. So I'm gonna do it my way. And the nice thing about how I'm gonna do this though, is that you'll be able to take all of the pieces and you'll be able, like if you do it the regular lazy way where you have like a plugin directory and you just drop specs in there, you'll still be able to do that. You'll still be able to grab like the specs out of this and do it that way if you want to do it that way. So, all right, so we have this launch file. I don't want to spend too much time doing this. And then I guess what we'll do, because this is hard, because actually the way that I had it before, you know what? I'm going to stick with user for this. Yeah, let's do that. Launch. All right, and then we'll do user. Okay, so if you're following along, here we are. We have this. We'll do print working directory. We have .config nvim, and inside of there we have one directory called Lua and one file called init.lua. All right. So inside Lua, we have a user folder, and what I'm calling this is like a namespace. So this is just so if you name a file something and some other plugin has a file named that thing, these two modules, these two Lua modules are not going to collide. Okay, so that's kind of the reason that I have this user here. So let me do an ls here. You can see user. Try to make it a little bit bigger, and there you go. So again, we'll do a print working directory. I'm in .config nvim Lua, and now I'll go into user. All right. So let's do not that. Let's do this. And we're just going to follow the way that I have it outlined in this config here. And let's go to init. So we got user.launch. All right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create inside of user. Now you can break this up. Like I've seen people do like core. I've seen people do like, and then they put like their key maps and their options in core, and then they put the other stuff in whatever. I don't know. I'm not really like, I don't really care about like having that fine grain level of like directory structure. Like I don't like nesting things too deeply, just because it gets kind of confusing. So I'm just going to throw everything in this directory, and then maybe I'll change it in the future, but I like to keep it pretty simple. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create a file called launch.lua. Okay. Yeah. All right. This is the new Neovim color scheme, by the way. So I wanted to write like const. I feel like I'm in TypeScript. I've been writing too much TypeScript. But so like, I mean, you could barely see that. But like once I create local, like the way that they do keywords is they bold them. If I do like test is equal to, do like some string here, you can see like the colors. Like this is the new default color scheme for Neovim. All right. So let's jump back over here. Go to Lua, we'll go to user, and we are looking for launch. Now, let me just copy this in here. This is how I'm going to start this config. Okay. No? Maybe not. Copy. Paste. There we go. All right, so this is how I'm personally going to start it. I mean, this little bit of code, this is like the most like custom thing we're going to be doing, but you'll see what it buys us in the future. And I think if you follow me through this entire stream, you'll appreciate what I'm doing here. So I have a global variable, it's just a global table. What it's going to have, so I have a function called spec. This is also a global function called spec. So you're going to be able to access this function called spec throughout your config. And what it's going to do is it's going to just take in a lazy plugin spec. I mean, you know, there's no like typing here or anything like that, but it's, you know, I expect you to pass it a lazy plugin spec. And then what it's going to do is it's just going to like, you know, add it to this table. So okay, this is the table, right? And then we're going to be importing the spec, which is this item. Maybe I should actually like name that spec or something like that. Like I'm just calling it item. But see, the function takes an item. All right, we add it to this table here called lazy plugin spec, and then we just say import item. Okay. So what this is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to add lazy specs one by one. All right, and you'll see why I'm doing it this way, and I'm not doing it like the normal lazy way in a little bit. Okay. So let's do edit or E. Yeah. Then I think we could use this. I don't use this enough, but 1 second. We'll do init. And now we're just going to do this. We're actually going to require. So we're going to do require, and we'll do what would it be? User.launch. Okay. So that's not going to really do anything. Let's see. Yeah, that's not going to do anything yet. The next thing that we're going to do, I don't really want to waste a lot of time talking about things like options, or I'll probably talk about some options and some key maps, but I don't think it's like, you know, I don't really think that that's like the interesting part here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create another, actually I already have another terminal open with all this stuff and already like a normal Neovim instance, so I can like navigate it really easily. So I'm going to go to this options file here. Is that not going to work? I don't know why that's not working, but let's do options. Okay. And so these are all the options I have set. Some of these may actually be set by default, but I don't know, you know, which ones are and which ones aren't. I just know that I like these options, so I'm gonna just pass them in. So let's go like this, and what we'll do is we'll do init.lua. We'll do a require here. Whoops. We'll do user.options, and again, I'm not gonna like nest this in like core or something like silly, and we'll just do lex like that, I guess. Open this up, open this up. What is it? This and your file name. We'll do options.lua, and then we'll do. Whoops, I don't think. Yeah, okay. And we're just gonna put all those in there. So now if we go to Lua, whoops, I guess I didn't put it where I expected it to put it. So we'll move options. Really? Options into Lua, user, like that. User, okay. So now we just have launch.lua, and then we have options.lua, okay. So if we do pwd here, okay, we're in .config nvim lua user. If I open up the options.lua, this is all the stuff that's in there. So if I just kind of scroll through this, I guess we'll go over a couple of them. So this is just so we'll be able to use the clipboard. So you probably just saw me struggling like to paste things, and the reason for that is because I'm used to having on name plus set, which allows me to access like that system clipboard, which instead of that I had to use like command V. Command height, I like to keep that at 1. These are just for CMP, so like that's just, yeah, I even have a comment there that's mostly for that. Conceal level 0, highlight search. Yeah, if you want to use a mouse, you know, you can put A. I don't really ever use the mouse. There is some neat stuff you can do with the mouse now. You can do like cut. You can actually change this menu around. So I think I have something in the menu where I can like change it to like go to definition or something like that on a function, but this is not something that's super useful to me. I have it set, I guess, because I can. The pop-up menu height. So PUM stands for pop-up menu. And so this is just going to be the height of that. PUM blend is going to be like when you'll see like in the future we'll have like a CMP pop-up menu, and you'll see that there's a slight transparency to it, and that's what that is. Show mode. So like sometimes you'll see like what mode you're in down here, like in this little command space, whatever. That's more annoying than anything else. Always show tabs. I use tabs. I don't use buffers. Some people put buffers up here, like in their tab line, and I think that's not good. I don't think you should be doing that. Smart case, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of boring nonsense for the most part. A lot of this stuff really isn't that crazy. I do like relative line numbers. I'm trying to use relative line numbers more so that I can like easily count and just move between lines and stuff. So I do have that set, but if you don't like the relative, and what I mean by relative line numbers, if you don't know, is just like these little numbers here on the side, right? So you can see this is the one that's highlighted. I'm actually on line number 20. If I want to jump to 10 lines down, just do like 10, then I'll do J, right? So I like that, but if you don't have to have that. Sign column, we want that so we can see things like, like errors and stuff like that, like over here in the gutter. This is a GUI font, like if you're using it in a GUI or something. And let's see, is there anything else? Yeah. I have some stuff like turning off the netrw banner. So if we do like Lex, I like never use netrw, like ever. Like you saw me, like I tried to add like a file and like I couldn't even add it to the right directory because I just like literally never use this. But you probably have seen like if you open up Lex or if you open up netrw, then you'll see something at the top here, like some like just nonsense, right? Like explains how to use netrw and just like some text. So I don't know. If I ever do happen to open up netrw, I just like the way that it looks and it's cleaner. And the other thing is too, like I'm pressing Q because I'm so used to like closing out all my menus with Q, and we'll add that later. And I guess you can enable a mouse or something like that in there too. All right, so that's like some options. I went over them. I'm not going to go over options too much. Now let's go add some key maps. So we'll do key maps. Okay. And you can see again, like I have this stuff nested all, like it just goes Lua, user, and then the file name, right? I don't like to break up my config any more complicated than that for the most part, because really, typically when I'm looking for this stuff anyway, like, I don't know what happened there. I must have deleted something. But typically when I'm looking for stuff, I'm like looking for it like with Telescope or something like that. So I don't know what the issue with that is right now. I guess probably because I moved the config, so that's probably why it's being a little wonky. So now let's open up another file. We're going to call it keymaps.lua. We'll paste this in. And now we can actually paste it in because I have the unnamed plus set. And so what I'm doing is I'm just saying like, okay, just to shorten it so I don't have to do like vim.keymap.set every single time. I'm just doing keymap is equal to vim.keymap.set. So this keymap becomes the function. And then we have an options table here, right? I'm not sure if these are automatically set like this. I'm pretty sure silence false. I can't remember. But anyway, these are just options that I set. In the future, I may, update this, but, I know that this works. So now to create a key map, we're just going to say like, okay, we say the mode. And I've seen, again, and people will do this in a more complicated way, right? Like they'll write like particular functions for like for instance, you could write like a function called nmap, and then like it could automatically put like n here, right? And then like whatever command you get, so that way you don't have to like always put n. But I like to keep my config just pretty like, they have this concept of like grug programming or something like that, and I like to keep it at like that level. Like I like to keep it really simple. So even if I'm breaking dry, right? Like even if I'm breaking this don't repeat yourself principle, like I don't really give a shit, right? So we have key map, and so for instance, this one we're just setting space as, I don't even know what this is doing, to be quite honest. I guess it's just setting it as nothing, just because whenever I try to set the local leader to space, like I think this helps it kind of, like I think I set it to a no-op before. just because there was some wonkiness. But anyway, these 3 lines is how I set the leader key to space. You'll also notice that I'm like mapping like Control I to Control I. There's like a reason for that. I can't remember exactly what the reason is that this is like a necessity. But I know that if you may not know this, and maybe like terminals and Neovim are better about it these days, I don't know. But like you may have dealt with Control I and Tab actually being the same key inside of Neovim. So for instance, if you map Control I to something, which you shouldn't do, you should leave Control I just the way that it is, so that you can move between like that, that jump stack, call stack, whatever. But if you map like Tab to something, it'll also map Control I to it. Okay. So this is something that I do. I'm not 100% sure that it's necessary, but I remember reading this somewhere. It used to be necessary. I don't know if it's still necessary. This is just better window navigation. So if I do something like V-split, right, and I want to move between these 2 windows, like right now I have to do like Control W and then H, and then I have to do Control W and then like L to move between them. And instead of that, I'm just going to be able to do like Alt, H, and L to move left and right, and K and J to move up and down. And then I don't know what that is. Then I have like Alt Tab, which will allow me to just, if you press Control 6, I think it is, no alternate file. You know what? I can't really remember exactly what that does then. I thought that just swapped me between windows, but I guess it swaps you between files or something. I don't know, whatever. I do have that key map there. One that is nice is centering. So imagine that I'm doing like a search here and I'm searching for like ops like this. And like you can see that like, when I'm searching, right? Like if I go all the way to the bottom, that it's not centering that. So what you'll notice that this will do, like this key map over here, it will give us the ability to like, center every single time we search, so that I'm not stuck on the bottom when I'm looking for something that's outside of like my viewport here, right? You'll see what I mean when I save and reload this. Same with star, same with hashtag. If you don't know, star and hashtag, like if I do like star on N here, like it'll just highlight all the ends and it'll actually jump to the next end. And then like hashtag would be in the opposite. So it'll just like, as I'm pressing N, I'm actually moving up. And if I do star, I'm moving down through these searches. It'll just select the word and automatically search for it. Same with G star, same with that stuff. This stays in indent mode and visual mode. So in this case, we're doing a key map in visual mode, and then I'm just gonna do like this, press over. Right now what that does is it immediately kicks me out of like that visual mode. So instead of that, I remap it to that angle bracket and then GV, so that way it leaves me in the mode so I can like continue to indent if I want to, and then I would like have to escape to get out of that. This is an interesting one. So imagine that so like this is annoying for me, right? So imagine that I'm gonna copy key map here, right? And then I'm gonna come down here and I'm like, okay, I want to change Vim to key map, and I paste over top of it. Okay, now imagine that I want to change command to key map. Oh, what's in my register? Oh, it's Vim, right? Because when I did this, when I yanked this, okay, that's in the register. Then I pasted over top of Vim. Okay, you might still think that key map is going to be pasted next, but actually it got changed out for, right there, I accidentally did something else. But actually it got changed out for Vim. See? So what this allows us to do is to kind of, it gives us the ability to hold on to the thing that we copied after pasting over top of something else. That way that whatever we pasted over top of doesn't become the new thing that's sitting in the register that's going to be pasted next. This is like a really annoying thing for me. Probably a lot of people have experienced this. I can't imagine nobody else is annoyed by this. This is how you fix it. If you're one of the people who's been extremely annoyed by that in the past, then, you're welcome. All right, so this is like the mouse menu. So if you double click, you got paste and select all here, which is like, I can't imagine, like they even put like how to disable mouse. But, what I do is I like give you the ability to go to definition and look for references, I guess. I don't know. I never use it, but this is kind of just, if you ever did want to use it, this is how you would do it. Right mouse, Papa, I don't know. I don't know why that's useful. Yeah. You can probably ignore those. This is good stuff. Yeah, so I really like this one, what this allows me to do. So right now, if you want to move to the end of a line, you have to do, you can do something, well, you could do $, moves you to the end of the line. If you want to move to the beginning of a line, then and this isn't like the beginning of like the whole line, right? Like, because that would be, so if we do $, here and then I do 0, that brings me all the way there, right? But if I do $, and then I do like the caret brings me to the beginning of this line, right? So very often I want to move like I want to like grab this entire chunk here, right? And so I would do something like V, and then I would do $, right? And then that would like grab me the whole thing, I guess, plus this little extra space there. But I don't like pressing caret and $. Those are like difficult keys for me to kind of like it would just be easier if I didn't have to press them. So the way that I like to do this instead is I like to do Shift and then H will jump me all the way to the beginning, and Shift and L will jump me to all the way to the end of a line. And so you can do G underscore. So if I do like G underscore, that will do that. Like it'll bring me to the end of the actual line, because you saw the $, actually before it kind of brought me like one space over. I just know G underscore, it behaves a little bit more like how I would expect. So anyway, that's what those are going to do. Oh yeah, these are some utilities to help you with Tailwind, but also like you might like this stuff even if you're not using Tailwind. But if you're using Tailwind, later on in this video, I will show you how to make your life with Tailwind like a million times easier. Okay, so you can pay attention to these guys here. I also have a key map here that if you press leader W, it just sets wrap. And so what wrap will do, you probably know what wrap does, but like, okay, now everything's bigger. You're noticing these lines aren't wrapping. If I do like set wrap, okay, now the lines are wrapping, right? And if I do like set no wrap, now they're not wrapping. And so what this will do is we'll just set not whatever it already is for the particular window that you're in. All right, and this is, what is this? Okay, what this does is in a terminal, it escapes. And I'll show you why that's useful later on, but I press Control semicolon and it escapes me when I'm in a terminal. So it puts me in like normal mode inside of a terminal, because if you don't do that, then you have to do Control / and then Control N to go into normal mode in a terminal. So I like to just press Control semicolon when I'm in a terminal context instead. Okay, so those are our keys. And we're just gonna require those keys now. So I'm gonna do require, and I'll do user.key maps, I think we called it. Okay. So now if I do something like, if you remember, if I want to jump to the end of the line, I can do Control L. If I want to jump to the beginning, I can do Control H. If I have a split here and I want to move between the splits, I can easily move between the splits. If I do like a split like this, I can like kind of move very easily, which is nice to move between windows. And yeah, so all the other commands, they're all there. Like also that one where I was telling you that like you want to be able to indent multiple times. See? So I like that too. Okay. Now, the interesting stuff. So now what I'm going to do is, I can't jump to the bottom here. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to add lazy. Lazy is going to be our package manager. So I'm going to look for lazy here, and I'm not going to find it for some reason. Okay, let's do Lua user Oh, I know why. Because it's looking in a different. It's looking like in that other folder. It's like it thinks it's still in that context because I moved this, which is like it kind of sucks. Oh well, we're gonna lose all the cool stuff there. So let's go to config nvim.old here, and now let's do. Let's open this up. Let's go take a look at lazy. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab all of this stuff and then I'll explain what it does. I'm going to leave the which key stuff. If you already know what which key is, then that's great. But if you don't, then I'll explain that later. So now let's do nvim init.lua. Then let's do a require statement here for user.lazy. Okay, do e. Lua user. We're going to create a file called lazy.lua. All right. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to essentially what it's going to do is it's going to check if lazy's in your path, and if it isn't, then it's going to clone it for you. And it's going to use the stable branch. It's going to add this to your RTP stands for runtime path. So the lazy path, which is this, it is going to be added to your runtime path. So everything in your standard path, and we probably should just quickly talk about this because this is going to be a long video. So I might as well just cram as much information in here as I can for people who are interested. So when we look at vim.fn.standard path, and then we pass it like data here, because what this is really doing is it's really doing this, right? Like this syntax is a little wonky. But what this is doing is it's doing that, and then we're appending this, right? And so what that actually is, and if you don't know, like the dot is like it's string concatenation in Lua. So what this is doing is like data, like this standard data path, like where the hell is that? Like what does data mean? Like, I don't know, like that might confuse you if you don't know. So let me do this really quick. I'm just going to open up a terminal here to show you. So if we go to .local share, that's it. That is the data path in Neovim. So if I do something like this, if I do something like we'll do Lua, and we'll do print, and we'll do vim.fn.std path, and then we'll pass it data like that. See? So you see what it came up with? It came up with users. My username on this machine is cam, or it's like an acronym for Chris at machine. And then we got .local share nvim. Okay. And so actually it's not just .local share, it's .local share nvim. So vim.fn.std path, and when you pass it data, that's going to return back to you .local share nvim. So what if we passed it something different? Another standard path, if you will, here, right? So we can pass it config, and the standard path for the config is .config/nvim. And maybe I think state is another one, so we'll pass it state. Where's your state located? It's in .local state nvim. And lastly, kind of just to even this all out, we'll do cache, and where's all your cache stuff located for Neovim? It's under .cache nvim. Okay, so this, what we're doing then, if you remember for the data, we're saying, okay, I want to add this to the standard path. I want to add users cam.local share nvim /lazy/lazy.nvim. I want to add that to the runtime path. So we're going to prepend that to the runtime path. Now, why are we doing that? I'm not going to explain that right now. But maybe, hopefully this makes a little bit more sense, so you're not just copy and pasting it. You're like, you know, you're not completely clueless as to what this is doing. I mean, clearly you can kind of see that we're also like, we're running a little system command here to clone lazy down. Now, the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to require lazy, and remember that function that we wrote. So if we do lex here, that function that we wrote in launch. Okay, so it says lazy plugin spec. All right, and so I'm saying that the specs provided for lazy are going to be stored within that global variable. Okay, and so that's why I uppercased it here, so it is accessible to me here. So I'm going to pass all of my specs to lazy in one global variable there. Then for their install thing, I guess, you know, if you have like a color scheme, there's some like weirdness when you install things. But like if you have a color, like a preferred color scheme, if it's available, you can use that. I use the dark plus color scheme that I kind of developed, and then if I don't have that one available to me, I use default. I pass it rounded border for the UI because I like that, and then change detection. Notifications, this is one of the things like in lazy Vim that I don't like, is that I find it like a little bit noisy. Like I don't like too many notifications, right? So I turn that off there. All right, and that's basically it. So now if we go up here, you know, like this, we got init, we got some sort of stupid problem somewhere. I don't know where, but let's see if it's gonna process. No. All right, so that didn't do anything, but that's because I already have lazy available. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go blow away all my plugins. So I'm going to go .local share nvim. And I'm going to blow away lazy. So it's going to blow away all the plugins that I have in there and everything else. And I'm going to restart Neovim. And now what it's doing is, it gave me a big black screen for some reason, and I don't really know why, but I know what that screen represented. What it represented was it was installing lazy. I don't know why it was just a big stupid black screen, but that's what we got. So now if I go to nvim, and now lazy's there. You saw I just blew it away, but now it's there. And then also the lazy Vim plugin is available to us there. And you can see that we are on the stable branch of lazy.nvim. Now also lazy.nvim is a plugin manager. Lazy Vim is a Neovim distribution kind of thing, like Lunar Vim or like NVChat or something. So lazy.nvim is just a plugin manager. They just have similar names. Okay. So now we have Launch set up, like just this little function that I have, and you'll see why it's useful. We have our options, we have our key maps, and now we also have lazy set up. So now we can actually start installing some plugins. Hopefully people are still kind of following along. I don't know how to see how many people are watching, but whatever. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at, I don't know, like what plugins should we install first? Because I'm going to go through a lot of plugins. I'm going to show you a lot of weird shit that you can do that you probably didn't even know you could do. Just like weird plugins and weird stuff. So let's go. Oh yeah, let's go take a. Why is it that I have to? Whatever. Well, okay, a good first one would probably be a color scheme. But before we do the color scheme, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add. Well, maybe we'll hold off on the auto. Okay, let's add the auto commands, and we'll talk about auto commands. We'll get it out of the way. It's it's not the most exciting stuff, but well, actually some of the auto commands depend on some plugins, so I'll probably get errors if I do that. So okay, let's just start with the color scheme. After I add a few base plugins, then we'll go over auto commands, how they work, and like what auto commands I personally set that makes my life easier, and the stuff that I like. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the color scheme file that I have in here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Oh, that's not what I expected it to be. But that's fine. We'll change it around. All right, so require, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to do not that. I'm not used to not having like auto pairs, I think it is, not key maps. Color scheme. Okay, so now we're going to require user.color scheme, and we'll just do Lua user, and then we'll do color scheme. I think that's how you spell it. All right, and so instead of Neovim primer, I'm actually going to be using a different color scheme called dark plus. I'm not going to pin it to a particular commit. This is, you do lazy false. This is to make sure that it loads on startup. We're going to set priority to 1000. This is just so that it loads before all the other plugins start, which is, you know, you want to see your color scheme like right away. You don't want to like see a flash of some other color scheme. So like the first thing you want to happen is you want to have your color scheme load. And so now what I do is I'm just going to change this, and we're going to do dark plus like that. Okay, so this is going to be the first time you're going to look at a file that looks like this, but this right here is how this entire config is set up. It's what makes it so modular. It's what makes it so easy to use, and it's going to make your life really simple if you can just figure out this pattern. Now, this is the pattern that like I use, but this at the end of the day is just returning like a lazy spec, right? Something you could imagine to be a lazy spec. And really all a lazy spec is, in my mind, is something that has a few properties. One of them is as a string value. And if you have a string value like this, then it's going to treat that as a plugin. So it's going to go and try and clone this, right? So this is like looking for a GitHub user organization and then a repository. So it's going to clone this. Then you have some other properties on this, right? The other properties are things like lazy, or like some event that you could load it on, or a priority, or like you could set like a commit there, and you could set a particular commit hash so that you could pin a repository to a particular commit hash that you know doesn't have bugs or something like that, right? For now, we're just going to use these ones, but you'll see that I'm going to pass different keys up here depending on the context and like what kind of plugin I'm going to be installing. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define a function that's also going to be hanging off this little M object here. And it's going to be called config. And it has to be called config because lazy is expecting this as a particular function that it's going to run every single time to set up this particular plugin. So when it goes to set up the Dark Plus plugin, it's going to run this config here, and then it's going to just run whatever code's inside of it. So all I wanted to do is I just wanted to do vim.cmd color scheme and set it equal to Dark Plus, or whatever the name of your color scheme is, right? So you just pull in whatever repository has your color scheme here, set the name there. That's basically it. So now I'm going to save that, reopen this, and it didn't install anything. So let's do maybe like lazy like this. And let's do maybe install, I don't know. Or maybe update. Okay. Didn't seem to do anything. Oh, so this is where I first messed up. Okay. That function that we defined in this launch file, we're going to use that. These are the only ones we're really going to be using require for, and then we're going to be using require for this. And you'll see how this kind of works out later. So now I'm actually going to do spec. Okay. There we go. Now, every single time that I want to add a plugin, I just say spec. That's it. So if I want to add another plugin, I just go spec. I pass it some argument like user dot, and let's see what plugin we're going to be doing next. Let me go back to that init file here. The next one we're going to be doing is dev icons, right? And so we'll do dev icons. So we'll go take a look at what's in that spec. And you can see it's like the same thing. It's local M. It's an object. What's it got? It's got a plugin. It's got a plugin right there. We have a new thing called an event. And this is an event. So if we go to lazy.nvim here. And we look at some of the things we can pass it. Like these are all the different things, like the different properties we can pass it. If we look at event, right? This is a lazy load on some particular event. So events can be specified as buff enter or a pattern like buff enter star Lua, like if you want to only load this when you open like a Lua file or something like this. So these are going to be for like events. And so maybe when we go over auto commands, you might get a better understanding of what an event is. But if you go down and look down here, they have some special events for LazyVim, or for lazy.nvim, not LazyVim. And let's see here. It's a long README, and I think I must have scrolled past it. Oh, yeah, here we go. User events. So one of them would be like very lazy, right? And so that event, when does this thing trigger? It triggers after lazy done and processing the vim enter auto commands. So this happens after the vim enter event, which would fire all of the vim enter auto commands, right? Again, if you don't understand what that means, that's totally fine. You probably don't really need to know what any of that means. Auto commands I kind of see as like a more advanced topic. So, but it's all right. I mean, I'm going to go over them in this stream anyway. So anyway, okay, we got user.color scheme. We're going to do dev icons. Okay. And we do Lex. We do Lua, user. Well, I don't really need to do it this way. Let's do it like this. Let's do E, Lua, user. And then we're going to do dev icons.lua. Okay. And so what this is going to do is it's just going to give us a bunch of cool icons for things like Lua line, for file extensions, for all kinds of stuff. It's just a better experience when you have icons. It's so easy to add icons. Everything just automatically works when you add this plugin. So it's like, why not add it, right? You can ignore this here. This is something I'm doing like in particular for Astro, just because there's not one automatically set for that. So let's make this as simple as possible. I don't add the plugins until that very lazy event. Now, you'll see people out there, just as kind of a side note, you'll see people who are like obsessed with like how fast their plugin can, or their config can like initially load. There's some merit to like lazy loading some stuff. Lazy loading is like, it's not really that important. So like anytime you see things like event here, like it's really not that big of a deal. You are, if you're sure that this is going to like be fine, then you can do it and you'll probably get some like marginal startup time improvement. But there's also a lot of foot guns that you can run into here too. Like, trust me, there's some plugins where if you think you can lazy load it, like on insert enter or something like this, and then some weirdness is just going to happen in your config. Something's just not going to behave quite right. And that's probably, you like, then you're going to go on this quest to find out, you know, which one of your stupid lazy load events is the culprit. So some of them, if like a plugin creator like recommends you do it this particular way, or if it's like an inconsequential thing or seemingly inconsequential thing like dev icons, then you probably can get away with like passing in an event like this. But you know, just be wary of these. If this doesn't make sense to you, you can always just remove it and get rid of it. But you know, it's not going to really do a lot of harm here. So the next thing we're going to do, we can just like totally ignore that there. And so we're just, again, it's going to be the same thing. We create this M stands for module, by the way. It's just, it doesn't have to be called M. We could call this like dev icons, right? And then we could like change this to dev icons, and we could change this to dev icons. We could just change it to like D. We could change it to whatever, right? But M is just like the way most people do this. You just use a capital M, and then you kind of like, you know, you add properties to it, you add a function on it, and then you return it. Like, that's it. And it's a way for me to look through any particular file and just see like a certain level of consistency. So that's why I just use this. And when I'm looking through other people's configs, or even when I'm reading through plugin code or something like that, like M is just like, it's just something I'm used to. So you'll see that all over the place. And if you were wondering, that's the reason I'm using it. So name of the plugin, and NVim tree owns this? I didn't realize that NVim tree owned this particular plugin. But anyway, NVim tree, NVim web dev icons. We'll do it again on this very lazy event. Then we have a config, and all we're going to do is we're just going to require it, and then we just return that M. And so this is a valid lazy spec. So we're going to save that. We'll jump back. And by the way, you can jump forward and backward very easily with Control O and Control I. So maybe you already know that, maybe you don't, but you can do that. So we got user.devicons. You can see how it automatically installs with the spec keyword because LazyVim is just kind of set up to do that. And there we go. Now we have that installed. You probably won't see anything too interesting yet with it, but yeah, it's there. Now, the next thing we'll do, and I plan to take this video as far as like all the way to like testing. So by the end of this, you're going to have a Neovim config that you can like run unit tests with, and you'll have LSP and you'll have all that kind of good stuff. But again, it's going to be a long trip to get there. So now let's do the next one, Tree Sitter. So Tree Sitter is another kind of interesting plugin. Someone has a good video on Tree Sitter. I think it's Vero. I don't really know how to say his name. Vero Tree Sitter. I don't know. You'll know it's the right video. He has like a tomato for a username. Or no, not for a username, for a profile picture on YouTube. I'll go to YouTube really quick. Okay, let me pull this over here for you. Okay, so if you're interested and you want to learn more about like kind of what Tree Sitter is, you want to get like a good introduction, you can go take a look at this video here by Vero, okay? And I'll explain what it is for practical purposes, but that video will explain what it is like a little bit more in depth if you're interested. So now let's go to, we'll go to Lua again, we'll go to user, and we're gonna look for a Tree Sitter. Okay, now this is more complicated than it needs to be, so I'm going to simplify this. And again, I'm going to upload all of this code too at the end, so you'll have it. So again, we're just going to add another spec. We're going to do a user.treesitter, and it gets better. The reason I'm doing this spec thing, right? It gets better. So let's talk about one reason to why I really like this spec thing, right? Before we get started with Tree Sitter. Imagine that I want to imagine something's going wrong with my config, right? Or if I just want to like get rid of a particular plugin completely. So I don't want it to like get loaded at all. So what I can do is I can just comment it out, right? Open this up. There you go, my color scheme's gone, right? So it's got an error there. The error is that it's trying to pull in Tree Sitter that doesn't exist. So like if I go back in here, let me just get rid of that really quick. But like if I open this up, now the color scheme's gone, right? So one reason that I really like this spec thing is because now in one file, I know all of my plugins, or sometimes you'll put multiple plugins in one spec if you're, that kind of person. But if you want to just have one by one plugin, and then maybe you want to comment out a plugin to maybe this is bloating up my config a little bit too much. Or you're like, maybe I want to use a different color scheme, or I want to try out a different plugin and I want to turn it off later and I want to do this kind of thing. Well, all you have to do is you just comment it out, right? So that's the first benefit of using this little spec function, this little spec utility function we created earlier on. But you'll see another benefit later when we set up the language server stuff. So now we're going to do Lua. We're going to do Lua user. We're going to do treesitter.lua. Okay. And we're going to jump back over here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of stuff from this file though. So ignore all this for a minute here. So we're going to not use this for now. We're not going to use any of these dependencies for now, I don't think. Yeah, we're going to ignore all those dependencies. We're going to get rid of the commit. We'll leave the event, but again, remember, watch out for these. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this and this. This is like bad practice, this stuff that I have in here now. This is like not how you want to do this. Get rid of the text objects, get rid of this. And once I get rid of all this stuff, it should begin to look a little bit more familiar. Okay. Okay. So this is our basic tree sitter setup. Okay. These are the initial properties we're going to set. So the first one is going to be the name of the plugin. The next one is going to be the event, the events that it's going to fire on. So when you read a new, like after you read a new buffer, or when a new file is created, that's when it's going to run, I guess. And then we have a build step here too. A build step is something that after your plugin is installed, I want to run this command afterwards, right? So right now we don't have this command, but it's kind of like, okay, imagine that I just installed this and then I ran ts update, right? We don't have that command right now, but like the second I install this, it's going to run that, okay? Now this is going to be, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do require nvim treesitter.configs.setup, and you can go to the nvim treesitter repository. So I go to, and like probably the easiest way to would just be to like go up here, just grab that name of the repository, paste it in there. Okay. And so you can figure out like all the config steps and whatever else. Like you can read about it in this repository. But this is it's probably just simpler just to take a look here at what I have. But again, I got this just from the config. So we have ensured installed. So this is just going to make sure that some particular languages are automatically supported by TreeSitter. So we have Lua, we have Markdown, we have Markdown Inline, we have Bash, and we have Python. Those are the ones I want. So if you're a C developer, you're going to come in here, you're going to put C, right? If you're a, I don't know, JavaScript developer, you put JavaScript, right? Like you're going to put that kind of stuff in here. These are the ones that I just automatically have. I probably should add some more, but that's what I got. Ignore install. So you could also ignore some too. So if it's, I don't know, if it's some use case that you have, for instance, you could like ignore Haskell or something like that, right? Sync install, actually, I'm not 100% sure what this does. Let's jump over to the docs really quick and take a look. So do sync install. So this is automatically false, so I don't even really need to pass this. But installs parser synchronously. Okay, so I don't really know what the benefit to that would be, but if you want to install things synchronously, then you can do that. I'm just going to get rid of those just so all this looks a little bit simpler. Now I have highlight. Markdown gave me issues before, but actually doesn't anymore. So I'm just going to get rid of that too. And so inside of highlight, I'm going to enable that. So you can already see that we have some basic syntax highlighting right now. All right, so we got like, strings are orange and this function keyword here is yellow for some reason. And, Booleans are this blue color. So we have some basic syntax here, but this is regex highlighting. So if we do something like inspect, this is the highlight groups for this particular thing. So right now, true is a Lua constant, right? It links to the constant highlight group. So this is how regex highlighting is handling things. Regex highlighting is slower than the way the tree sitter does things, as far as I understand, and it's not as complete. So once I install this, you're going to notice that these Lua files are going to look a lot better. You can also, in addition to TreeSitter with the highlights, and TreeSitter does other things, but I'm just going to go over highlights because functionally that's probably why you want to install tree sitter, that and like some indentation stuff. But so okay, you can also keep some of this regex highlighting. So if tree sitter didn't have some sort of particular highlight group that the regex highlighting did have, then you would still get that highlight. I would set it to false just for performance reasons and the fact that tree sitter probably is, already good enough. Now I think this is false by default. So if we go take a look, see it's false by default. So you can set it to true if you really want that, and we'll just ignore it. I'm not sure if, yeah, highlight is also true by default, so we probably could also just kind of like get rid of that. And we'll see about indent too, because I just want this to be simple when you're looking at it. Indent. Yeah. Apparently it's an experimental feature. I usually set it, so I'm going to leave that in there. All right, so I'm going to save this. Lazy's going to do its thing. It's going to install my plugin. And now it's going to actually install these parsers. Okay, so it just installed 5 parsers for me. And I may need to like actually reload this file. Why would it not be set up? 1 second, let me think about this. Inspect. Really? Yeah, okay, so it doesn't seem to be working. If I do lazy, do I have Lua installed? TS install Lua. Uninstalling, yeah, whatever. Let me think about this. Why would this not be working? And this is actually useful anyway, probably for some people who want to like debug this stuff when it goes wrong. I guess because I got rid of highlight. I guess maybe you do need to pass highlight. That's my first guess. I'll do that. There it is. Yeah, that's what it was. Interesting. Okay. I thought it was automatically like that. It's not. So there you go. That was the issue. So you do need to explicitly enable syntax highlighting. But now, all right, look, see, this is a little bit better. So now we look at this require. It's yellow. That's because it's a function. If I go to Lua user tree sitter, look how much better that looks. See, we got these nice green comments here. We got, we'll just get rid of that anyway though. And we got, again, the strings are still highlighted the same, but you can see that, if you're familiar with the dark plus syntax highlighting, it just looks a lot better, right? Keywords are highlighted appropriately. Functions are all highlighted consistently, and everything else looks good. So there we go. Now also we can run the inspect, and we can actually see, like, if you're in the business, you want to create like a color scheme, like I created this one here, inspect is going to be your friend. So you could get really, really, fine-grained and look at some of these highlight groups. So you could like set like @keyword.return.lua. Like if I set that to be like green, then all the returns in Lua would be green. Or we can just link it to something like include, and then it's just going to be linked to some other highlight group. But yeah, so, we can run this on all of them. Like I guarantee, like if we take a look at require, it's going to be something that's probably linked to the function highlight group. Yeah, you say? So function.builtin.lua is links to function, right? The function highlight group. So there you go. So spec keyword, kind of cool. Something to know about. All right. Now, what's next? What should we do next? Next, we will do, I don't know why I keep doing it. You know what? I should have like 2 of these open. Like duplicate this tab and then come over here, and I'll leave the init.lua open so we can just take a look. All right, Mason. So this is where things are going to be a little bit more interesting because we're going to start setting up the language server stuff. So this is, and I really want to make sure that you have an understanding of what Mason does, of what LSP config does, and why I like to do things this way. I don't really like to use any abstractions on top of like the LSP stuff. Anything more than just LSP config. LSP config gives me the right level of control that I want over my language server. Mason is a good way to install binaries or language servers and stuff like that. But that's really all Mason does. So just really quick, Mason allows us to install things like a language server or a formatter. So if you're familiar with formatters, something like Prettier is a formatter. If you're familiar with something like a linter, ESLint is a linter. ESLint also, there is a language server for ESLint. If you're familiar with like Python, then you know maybe Pyrite is a language server. You know TS server, TypeScript language server is a language server. And Lua LS is a language server. So all those language servers and I think even debug adapters I think can be installed with this. Formatters, linters, all that kind of good stuff. We're just going to install them and put them on our path with Mason. That's it. Mason doesn't do anything else besides that. And then we're actually going to do all of the configuration with LSP config. But let's start with Mason so that we actually have the ability to install some language servers. So now let's jump over here, take a look at Mason. And you can see it's the same kind of thing, right? We have local M. This really doesn't need to be there. We'll change that. And then we just have our config. And then we just return M, right? So let's go through this. Oops. Let's do this. And we do spec again. And we're going to do user.mason. Okay. Lua user mason.lua. Okay. Now this servers thing, I think I actually do use this so that I can keep all the servers maybe consistent across LSP config in here, but I don't think I should do that. I think I really like to just encapsulate everything in one place. So let's just do like this, and then let's do like that, and we'll just go 2 over, or maybe 1 over. Yeah. And so now we'll do that. Okay, and so that's our function. So again, let's take a look at this. I'm going to get rid of the commit. What we're going to do is we're going to install this plugin. It's going to be called Mason lspconfig.nvim. And this is going to, its dependencies are going to be Mason and Plenary. So actually, I don't even know if we really need that. I guess it just ensures that they're installed. Let's go take a look at these, see what it really provides. Because I was pretty sure that all it did was just put binaries in the path, and I'm pretty sure that's what this is doing. Mason LSP config bridges Mason with LSP config, okay, making it easy to use both plugins together. So if you go take a look, we got Mason LSP config, and then NVIM LSP config. It's important that you set up the plugins in the following order. I guess, do it that way. So that's fine. So we'll set up Mason, then we'll set up Mason LSP config. And then we can ensure some particular servers are installed. There really aren't that many configuration options here. So that's really all it is. The whole concept really here is that we can ensure that there are some language servers installed in our path. And I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm going to automatically install the names of a couple language servers that I know. The way that I'm going to reference them is by the names, like they're kind of like binary name, right? Or you'll see, you'll know what to call these, and you'll see what I mean soon. So a couple that I automatically install, I'm going to get rid of some because just some of them, I would want some simple ones. So we'll get rid of like that. Get rid of Tailwind for now. You have YAML LS, JSON. I just want something like really simple for people to use, like something that, you know, is going to work for like most people. So again, let's go over this. We're installing mason.config. Here's a new concept with lazy. So the concept is dependencies. So this plugin depends on these plugins being installed. So we're only gonna set up the config if these plugins are installed. So that's why we have this dependencies table here. So you can just see that. We're gonna depend on Mason and we're gonna depend on Plenary. Now, it didn't look like Plenary was something that it did depend on, or maybe I missed it. So I don't really know if that's necessary. So we may be able to get away with not putting Plenary in here. So let's do that. All right, so these are the dependencies for this. And then we have function config again. We're gonna automatically install these servers. So you can see ensure installed is equal to m.servers. I'm gonna get rid of that m dot there. Okay, so servers, which is right there. And then also I like the rounded border. So when we actually open Mason to install stuff, I like to see the rounded border. So let's save this. We open our config. We're automatically going to install Mason lspconfig.nvim and also mason.nvim. Now, I would assume that it would automatically be installing those servers, but I don't know. Let's go take a look. So we're going to enter the command called Mason here. All right. Oh, I already have these installed. That's the idea. So that's how come they're already here. If I got rid of these, like the ones that it's looking for instance, Lua LS, let's get rid of that one, right? We'll reopen this. And then look, it's installing Lua LS and it was automatically installed. So the reason that it was automatically installed is because we have that ensure installed function there. So I'm going to reopen Mason and a couple cool things we can do. And you should do this pretty often, right? So if you have Mason installed, you know, language servers get updated. So when you install a language server, you kind of want to open Mason sometimes and go and update your language servers. So we're going to open Mason, you know, again, just with that Mason command here. And we're just going to do like U to update things. You see the ones that have new versions. It tells you which ones have new versions. So like the Bash language server has a new version. So we're going to go through, we're going to update that. What I'm doing is I'm just hovering over it and I'm pressing U. Okay, and that updates it. Update Prettier, update Pyrite, Prisma, and we'll update the TypeScript language server. All right, and now it's going to tell us that these are all up to date and good. It highlights the ones in blue with the ones that I just updated. And now these ones are all available. So these are like all the available different language servers that we have here. One that I like, if you're doing like, do I already have ESLint installed? Yeah, I already have ESLint LSP installed. Trying to think of one that I don't have installed that could be in here. And this is everything, by the way. So, okay, there's a couple different things that Mason handles. Mason handles, and we can look at language servers, debug adapters, linters, and formatters. You might not be familiar with, you're probably not familiar with debug adapters for most people out there. And we'll go over them later. You might be familiar with linters. If you're familiar with linters, the linters you're probably, well, let's open it up. The linters you're probably familiar with are like ESLint, right? Then maybe like Flake 8 is another one that you might be familiar with for Python, right? So imagine that we want to install this particular linter. We press I on top of it, okay? And now that linter's installed, it's not necessarily set up, but it is installed. And we'll talk about how to actually make it so that Flake 8 will actually be running on your code in the future. So, okay, those are linters, formatters, you know, like Prettier, maybe Black is one you might know. That's like a Python one. So if we press I on top of that, there you go. We're installing black. There you go. Now, this is just installing a bunch of binaries for us. So where I think it's putting them is if we go to .local share and we go to NVIM and then we go to Mason, here's where they all are. So now we go to bin. There you go. That's where they all are. These language servers are, and linters and formatters and all these things are just binaries at the end of the day. So like if I can come in here and these are all sim linked, but you know, forget that for a minute. We got prettier, and so if I run prettier, it's going to be like, all right, like it's literally just the actual prettier command is here. And we're going to, I'll show you how to set that up later with a plugin called none.ls. So, all right, let's keep it pushing here. So what we'll do is now I'm going to install another one called Schema Store. You can skip this one if you want to, but I am going to include it because it makes my life a lot easier. You can notice that we don't actually have to put these parentheses. I've just been putting them because, I don't know, I just have been. Not a big deal. When we go to format things in the future, you'll notice that everything will have the same consistent formatting. But for now, whatever, you actually don't need that in Lua. And we can just pass the string to spec like this without the parentheses. So, okay, we're going to include user.schemastore. So I'm going to go over to Schema Store. And again, this one's really simple. We're just going to say lazy is equal to true. We just have boo schema store there. There's no config that's important, so you could just leave this out. I just put it in there just in case I do want to add a config or something like that in the future. But yeah, that's, you know, super simple. So we're going to do E, we're going to do Lua user, we do schema store dot Lua, like that. Save, it'll install it for us. This will be useful later. Right now it's not necessarily useful. This is going to give us JSON schemas and I think YAML schemas. So if you're opening things like GitHub Actions, YAML files, you'll automatically have autocomplete for particular keys. If you're opening up, if you're a web developer, you got like a package.json, you'll automatically have keys for you there, but like all different kinds of any JSON, any standard JSON like file, like configuration file you might be using, it likely has a schema. And so that schema is going to allow you to like get autocomplete for common, you know, like, how do I put this? Like if I open, let me go open one up and kind of see what I mean. So if I go to repos here, if I go to, we'll go to, I don't know, got like a project, web developer project. Here we go, resolvers one. Open up the package. I hate when it does that. JSON here. Yeah, so you see how we got version here? See how I'm typing version? I'm not getting any autocomplete. Once we set up the language server stuff, because we have the schema store, I'm going to get autocomplete. And so we'll return to that when we have that set up. So, all right, that's the schema store. Now we're going to do LSP config. This is like the meat of your language server. E, Lua, user, LSP config.lua. Okay. Now let's go over here. LSP-config.lua. We're just going to copy this file again. I'm going to explain it all, but I'm not going to type all this shit out. So, all right, we're going to get rid of that. I am going to keep neodev as a dependency here. And I actually want to see if plenary is a thing that is required. So we're going to look up lsp-config neovim. And I'm just going to take a look at this plugin. Does it? rely on plenary? Looks like it doesn't. Okay. So yeah, so you can read through this. I'm going to go through the stuff that I have set up. Neodev is very useful. Neodev is going to allow us to get completions for things like vim.fn whatever, vim.api blah blah blah, right? So Neodev is good for that. It also actually is going to give us the ability to index particular files and stuff like that within plugins. So when you're going to like pass like a property or something like that to a plugin, it will make your editor aware of what's available. And I'll show some of that stuff later. So anyway, again, same story for the most part. I'm adding an extra couple functions here. They're not super important, but they are here. But you know, I'm just gonna scroll through this. You can take a look. You'll see how complicated it is. But now I'm going to go through and I'm going to break it down. So we have local M. M is, again, it's the same thing. So we just got to put the name of our plugin here. We have an event when we're going to load this stuff. And then we have some dependencies here. And again, Neodev is just something that's going to be useful for us when we're like working on our config and stuff. All right, so I got another function here. It doesn't really need to be a function. Like I could inline this all inside of this on attach function here, and then I can do that further, but I break it out into its own little function called LSP key maps. And we're setting all of these key maps here because we only want it to be set up for the buffers where the language server is active, because we don't want to like try and do like lsp.buff.hover if there's no active language server. So that's what we're doing here. Again, similar stuff. We're just going to use ops. We're going to set key map is equal to vim.api.nvim buff set key map. So this just sets the key map for that particular buffer. And yeah, that's basically it. This buffer number here, this is our argument to this function, right? And so whatever buffer number is active, we're going to set this key map in that particular buffer. Again, this is something you can basically copy and paste. You don't have to think too hard about it. We have an onAttach function. This function, we're going to pass this function later, but this function runs every single time that the language server attaches. And what I mean by attaches, really at the end of the day, is just like the language server has started up and it's aware of your code. All right. And that's basically all that means. So it's started up and it's like reading your file here. So then this is going to run this function here. And all that's going to do is it's just going to set up my key maps. Now we have another thing called common capabilities. And I'm going to show you some cool stuff you can do with common capabilities later on, like things like inlay hints. But for now, you can see that we're just setting up CMP NVIM LSP. This is going to be useful when we have CMP NVIM LSP installed, but right now we don't. We don't have CMP installed, but I'll show you in the future when we get that installed why this is kind of useful. Again, we're just going to set the default capabilities there. Now, this whole chunk here, this is not like something I came up with and wrote or anything like that. I mean, the putting in a protected call is something that like I'm doing here, and that's like I'm not going to go over that right now. But like this is basically just requiring it, but doing it so that if it errors out, it doesn't like break my config. But what we have here is, so if we go to CMP Neovim, this is just like the recommended way to do it. So where is it? Yeah. So set up LSP config, local capabilities is equal to this stuff. And then whenever you set up your language server, you just want to pass this. So this is where I got that line from. This is not like something I came up with. So then we have our default capabilities here. Let's see. I'm not even sure that oh yeah, here they go. Okay, yeah. So this is where they're going to be returned as CMP NVIM underscore LSP. And, you know, I'm not even sure I'm really adding them. You can probably ignore this for now. If this does something, I'm not even sure that it like is even really that important. But whatever. This one actually is important, making the client capabilities, turning on snippet support. I'll go over snippets later. Again, it's good to look through some of this stuff too, and then just like, it's good for me even like sometimes where I'm looking over this shit and I'm just like, what the hell is this even doing? But, and then we're also going to set up resolving support for properties here. This, I'm not 100% sure either why like I'm adding this stuff. You know, I'm kind of at the point now where it's like where am I using this? One second. Yeah, I'm not using it anywhere. Probably just toss it, to be quite honest with you. And this stuff here, this completion item resolve support, I'm not really sure why I have this, to be quite honest with you. So I'm probably just going to toss this too, just to simplify this file further, right? Like if I don't know what it does, sometimes I like to just get rid of it. And then if I'm like, oh, that cool feature's not working anymore, what happened? Then it's that, you know? So anyway, we have capabilities, text document, completion, blah, all this nonsense. Basically, this is just making sure that we have snippet support. We'll go over snippets later. Some language servers have snippet support built in, and if they do, I want to turn it on in most cases. So that's why that's there. Now, we'll get to the actual config function. This is what's going to run every single time that this is installed. So we have local LSP config, require LSP config. So that's all that is. Icons. So let's do icons really fast because we don't have icons right now. So we're going to do Lua user icons.lua. Now, this is the way that I like to do icons so that I can keep all of my icons in one place and that I don't have them littered all over my config and in all kinds of weird places. You can use, there's like a plugin for this. There's like a nerd icon plugin. There's all these things. But I like to just define my own. This is just the way that I do things. Again, you know, you're free to not do things this way, but this is what's easy for me. So if I go down through here, I should eventually see somewhere. Yeah, here we go, icons.lua. So what I do is I kind of just keep all of these different icons under like a little namespace here. So like these are all the icons that are related to Git. These are all the icons that are related to like kinds, and I'll get into kinds later too. Okay, so like a kind is like an array or a boolean or a class or a color and all this kind of stuff. And I'm using all of the VS Code icons that are available in nerd icons. So like all of the VS Code icons, they're called code icons. They're all actually available inside of nerd icons at this point. So that's, you know, I'm just kind of putting them here. So you can see all those are there. We'll kind of scroll down a little bit. You can see these are like some Git related icons that I have in here. I would just copy this file over if I were you. I wouldn't like try to like go rewrite this myself. Just, it's not that it's like complicated as a file, but it is like a really useful file to have. Because now instead of like trying to put like arrows in different places and whatever, we just reference this file and we just say like, give me a bold arrow left icon. Give me a bug, you know, give me a bookmark. Give me a checked box here. These are called chevrons. That's like a thing too. Let's see, you know, like file icons. Whoops. Sometimes if you put 2 spaces, it'll actually like put the entire sized file. Sometimes that's useful. Sometimes it's better when they're small. But yeah. So this is just a big file full of icons that I'm going to reference throughout my config. These are going to be the useful ones for the language server stuff. So this is going to be, you know, like errors and warnings and all that kind of good stuff. And then we got like a robot and a squirrel and like a smiley face, and we'll go over why that's useful later. So let me actually grab the ones that are, so I have an updated config, nvim.old, Lua user icons. I'm going to use the ones that are here. Okay. Now let's head back. So I had to do a quick detour there to install icons, but now they're there. These are servers, so these are the servers we're automatically going to run. Again, okay, actually let me explain where I got these names from. So if we do Mason really quick, the names that you're going to want to reference are all here. So if you look at Lua LS, JSON LS, HTML, ESLint, these are the names that you want to use. You don't want to use the names on the left when you're referencing these. So like CSS-LSP, right? You want to use CSS-LS. That's what you want to use. For ESLint-LSP, you want to use ESLint. So that's what you want to do. So I'm actually going to add ESLint there because I do use that one. And I find it very useful. And it is actually really cool to be able to use ESLint as a language server rather than just a linter, because it provides you much more like real-time feedback. So if you are like a web developer, I'm like a web developer as of like this year. Like I've gotten into like React and like TypeScript and all that kind of stuff. And ESLint has made my life like much easier and better, and using it as a language server rather than like as a linter has also made the experience much, much better. But yeah, so just this is a quick side note. So now we have default diagnostics config. So what is this big object here? Like what is this doing? Really all this is, I just set this up so that I could set up some signs. And those signs are things that are going to sit in the gutter. You'll see them in the future. So like, for instance, if I got rid of this comma here, I should see an error, and I want to see like a big red X. So that's what we're doing here. That's really all this is, like this chunk here. I hate virtual text, so I turn virtual text off. Update and insert, I don't know, I have that set to false. Underlining things, I have set to true. Sorting by severity is set to true. Some of this stuff is probably set to true by default. The floating windows for the language server. Basically, I have this, I don't like to see the header or the prefix. It's just kind of extra noise that I don't really need. We can take a look at that later. Focusable, this is really cool. It always should be focusable. Focusable makes searching for errors and stuff like that a lot easier. I'll go over that in a little bit. I like the minimal style, and I like the borders to be rounded. I'll go over hopefully I'll remember to go over why focusable is so cool for floating windows. vim.diagnostic.config, again, we just pass that default diagnostic config. So this whole thing right here, we just pass it into there. We define some signs. I want to make sure that when I hover, the border is round. I want to make sure that when I'm getting signature help, the border is round. And for the LSP UI stuff, I also want the border to be round for that too. So that's all I'm doing here. I just want round borders. Okay, next. This is a little complicated, but it's a little advanced. But if you want fine-grained control over your language servers, then you need to bite the bullet and you need to understand what's happening here. So what I'm doing, hopefully we have programmers in the audience and we can handle for loops. right? So I'm just looping over that server's. Whoops, let's go up here. We got an array here, right? And it's just an array of servers. So like Lua language server, the CSS language server, HTML language server, the TypeScript language server, blah blah blah, right? So we're gonna loop over that array, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up the options for it. Remember that we defined an onAttach function earlier. We're gonna pass that onAttach function, and you remember that we defined some common capabilities earlier, and we're actually gonna pass those common capabilities. Now, you will notice that onAttach is passed as a function. So we actually pass that function in. And common capabilities, we actually call the function and pass the results to capabilities. So onAttach takes a function, capabilities takes, a capabilities object that is returned from that common capabilities function. So it's just something to be aware of. If you do this, you're going to screw up. So don't do that. And if you do this, you're going to screw up, so don't do that. Now we're going to do another protected call. And what this protected call is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to get fine-grained control and access to our language server. And I'll explain that in a little bit. But basically, what we're going to do is we're going to just, for every single time that we go through here, we're going to check and see if we have some particular language server settings. And if we do, then I want you to load them. And we see how we do this ops vim.table deep extend here. So basically we're taking whatever options might be in user.lsp settings. For instance, Lua language server. And if there is options there, we're gonna deep extend. And then we're gonna like use those. We're gonna use those options. Hopefully I'll be able to explain better when I actually set that up. And then also, if the server is equal to Lua LS, I'm going to set up Neodev. Neodev is a plugin provided by Folka. Again, it just makes working on your config easier. And then at the end of this, we're going to just set up the language server. Now, if you don't care about doing the LSP setting, you can get rid of this, right? If you don't care about Neodev, you can get rid of that. And then look how simple this is, right? And you could even make this, if you don't like the syntax there, you want it to be like that, you could like pass it in there, and it's like a one-liner, right? So you just like a for loop where we're just going to call LSP config on the server, and we're just going to set it up, right? And if you don't care about all this other rounded stuff, you can just delete all that. And then you can have this be really minimal if you want. But I'm going to show you, since I'm doing this, I'm going to give you a walkthrough of all like the weird stuff that I know how to do in Neovim. I'm going to show you how to do weird stuff. I'm going to show you how to do everything you probably don't even know that you want to be able to do. So like being able to set up, like you probably don't even know that you can send, or that you can have like particular settings for a language server. But, you can do that. So, okay. Hopefully this makes sense. Hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully you can understand what I'm saying. For new people, they're probably like, what the hell is going on? For some like people who are intermediate and they're trying to like really get to like that advanced like understanding, they're probably like, yes, I want to see how you're doing that. I want to know how to like pass fine-grained controls to my language server. All right, so now the next thing we're going to do, and maybe we should just take a moment here. So this is our init.lua. We're requiring, again, that function. We have our options and key maps. We're passing plugins as specs. And then we require lazy all the way at the end here. We're at the point where we're setting up our LSP config stuff. If we go take a look at how this is all set up, the ls here. This lazy lock thing was generated by lazy. We can ignore it. We have our init.lua. We have a Lua folder. All of our Lua code goes in the Lua folder. Okay? Everything is namespaced under user so that we don't have weird collisions. All right, and now these are all of our files, all in the same directory. If you want to get cute and you want to create like a core directory and you want to like, you know, you want to set this up with all kinds of cool directory paths and stuff like that, that's great. I don't really like to nest things too much personally. I just like to throw it all in one place. It's just easier for me. So this is just what it looks like. It's hopefully isn't too complicated yet. So now, okay, we're going to go into user. I'm going to create another directory inside of here called LSP settings. Okay. And LSP settings is where we're just going to dump different objects for LSP settings. And you'll see what I mean. So let's go into there. And we're going to every single time too, we're going to name it after the language server. So this one's going to be called lua.ls.lua. And then let's go take a look at what I do. Config nvim. Whoops. Dot old. And we're going to go into Lua. User. LSP settings. All right, and you can see that I have one for JSON LS, I have one for CSS, I have one for Lua LS. So let's do Lua LS here. All right, and these are all of my particular settings that I like to pass to the Lua language server. So you're always pretty much going to do this whenever you're doing it. So you're going to do like return, and then you're going to do settings, and then sometimes it'll be like the name of the language. Sometimes it'll be something else. But yeah, so you kind of have to work with the actual language server. So like if I do, does that work? Yeah, press GX. And I don't know what that did. Is this it? Yeah. Let me open it up here. Okay, so I have that like link at the top. So I like to, whenever I do a settings like this, I like to put the link to the settings at the top. So then that way I can like go back and reference it in the future. So now if we go take a look, let's like look through some of this stuff. It's all with VS Code because, you know, or I think it's with VS Code. Maybe. Or maybe this is like Sublime or something. No, that's VS Code. Yeah, anyway. VS Code is kind of like the de facto standard. A lot of this stuff is based on VS Code, like standards that it introduced anyway. So okay, let's go through some of this stuff, and you can see kind of where I'm coming up with this stuff, because like you're taking a look at this, and you're like, you know, what the hell is going on with all this? Like, how did you come up with this object here? Because this object looks complicated. So we have everything under Lua. Now I don't really know if it says to do, like where it says to do that, because sometimes it's kind of like a little bit confusing to figure that part out. So if we go take a look at this here, I don't know if it necessarily says that we need to put it all under Lua, but you can just rest assured that you do need to do that. So now if we go take a look at format, so we'll go take a look at format. Let me jump because it's probably going to be earlier on. Yeah, here we go. So we got format.enable, right? So if we want to translate that over to Lua, so we're going to do format, and then we're going to pass it another table, and then we're going to pass it a key for enable. We're going to set that. I'm going to set it to false. If you want formatting to be handled by the Lua language server, then you can set that to true. Diagnostics. So I want to set a couple globals that it's going to be aware of. So I want it to be aware of Vim so that I don't get weird errors there, and I want it to be aware of spec, right? Because I defined that global function called spec earlier. So now, if we go take a look at diagnostics, so if I go take a look at diagnostics, here we go. So you see the stuff over here. Click on this, and we'll go back. Globals. So there should be something called globals. Here it is. So what does it do? An array of variable names that will be declared as global. So we want to have Vim and we want to have spec. Okay. if you're using my spec thing, if you're using like the way I'm doing things. And you'll see why I have that in a minute. Now, we also have another one called runtime. So we'll go take a look at runtime. Runtime. Here we go. Where the hell is it? There we go. What is this like highlighting? I guess these are the ones I can see. This is like a nightmare. I don't like this. I guess it makes sense, but I don't know. Whatever. So anyway, we have runtime. And so one cool thing I found out that I can do, one thing is that we always want to use Lua. Well, you don't always want to use Lua JIT, but for the most part, you're using Lua just because you're using it with your Neovim config, right? So if you're using it with your Neovim config, Neovim is using the version for this is going to be Lua JIT, just in time, right? So if we go take a look at the version here, so like version, you can see what options are provided to you. So hopefully this is big enough. So one is Lua JIT, another one's like 5.4, 5.3, 5.2, 5.1. And the one that Neovim uses is JIT, as far as I know. So now we have another cool thing called special. And so what special allows me to do, which is kind of neat, and I really like this. So there probably is at least going to be one person who is really going to enjoy the fact that we can do this. So we can go to runtime special, and then what we can do is okay, so let's read this. Special variables can be set to be treated as other variables. For example, specifying include require will result in include being treated like require. So when I read that, I was like, oh, neat. Because now I can create spec to work like require. And you'll see why that'll be useful functionally later. Okay, now we have workspace. So workspace, check third party. This is annoying as shit if you've ever dealt with this weird thing, if you've ever just installed Lua LS and you've had it like pop up and like asking for like some third party thing, blah, blah, blah. This is how you get rid of that. These are some libraries that we're automatically going to include. We're going to automatically include the Vim runtime Lua library. So like if I do something like echo $Vim runtime, there you go. That's where that is. I'm using the Bob Neovim version manager, which is called Bob for whatever stupid reason, but whatever. And this is going to give us access to the library code that is there, built into Neovim. And then also, it's going to add the stuff in my config Lua folder as well. So this is all going to be stuff that's going to be available to me and available to the language server. Some other cool stuff that's built into Neovim at this point is hints. And I'm going to actually have to go enable that in the capabilities. But you can see that we got some cool stuff we can do with hints. I'm going to I think right now I have them set to false, but maybe I'll set them to true so that you can kind of see how the hints are going to work. Also, telemetry. I don't know if this is on by default, but we don't like telemetry. We're not fans of telemetry. Telemetry has been removed. Oh, good. I was going to say. Look, all right, man, I get, opt-in telemetry, I'm not, I wouldn't, I don't really, hate the concept of opt-in telemetry, but there's a slippery slope. So, we definitely don't want, opt-out telemetry, where and that's using VS Code, right? So VS Code is just going to, basically, VS Code is just one big keylogger. So... You can just assume that it is. I guess you don't have to, but whatever. Well, I assume it is. You don't have to. I assume it is. You can call me a conspiracy theorist if you want, but I assume it is. But it's nice to, when things don't include telemetry, but I understand why a project might want telemetry, because then it's you can see when errors happen and you can create a better experience for users and stuff. But I feel things like this need to come with a lot of trust, and I don't trust Microsoft inherently, and I certainly don't trust just some some language server that's installed for the most part, right? So it's just nice that I guess they don't have that option anymore. I'm just going to leave it as false anyway, just in case I ever end up using an older version or if they ever bring it back. I do want telemetry to, I want to at least ask for it to be false. Okay, so yeah, that's the settings that I have there. So now I'm gonna go back here. Oopsie, let's go here. All right, now we do have this set up, I think. So if I do like that, there we go. Yeah. Okay, and now you can see Lua syntax, miss symbol, you know, double quote there, right? So if you leave the virtual text on, then you'll see virtual text there. I really don't like the virtual text. I think it's very noisy. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I press GL. So that's me pressing G and then L for the diagnostic. Now, something that's really cool and something that I love doing whenever I see an error and I'm like, what is that error? I don't know how that works. What's the problem? I'll do GL and then I'll press GL again. So if you remember that focusable thing from earlier when we were doing the LSP config, that's what this is. So now I can just press YY in here, right? Okay, and then I copied it to my clipboard, pass it in, look up the error, there you go. Right, so that's why I really like being able to do that. Yeah, so there you go, language server works. Now let's look at what we did. So one cool feature that we added. So spec now gets treated like require. So if I do go to definition on require, so if I do like GD, right? See how it jumps me in there? I'll press Control O to go back. Now if I do GD for spec, it also supports that. So now if I have this init.lua file and I have all my specs set up and I want to go take a look at one, I'm like kind of looking through all my plugins that I have here. I can do GD on top of one of them and I can jump to it. And I can just jump to the lazy spec that it is representing. So that's why I really, really like this spec keyword. So there's so many reasons I like it. One reason is that I can easily, I don't have the comment plugin set up, I can easily comment things out and like start my config with one plugin completely commented out. Another reason that I like it is because I get to, at a glance, when I'm looking at my init.lua, I get to see what plugins are installed. Another reason I like it is that I can press GD on it with that runtime thing in the settings, and now I can like go take a look at my config for every particular plugin that I have here. So that's something that I like about it. Now let's keep going because we got a lot to cover. Let me see. Hopefully people are still watching. I'm looking at some of the comments. There's a shit ton of comments. No way I'm going to be able to go over all these comments. But yeah. Hopefully, if you're getting value out of this though, let me know. Make sure you like the video or something like that. Or say something in the chat. All right, let's keep going. Again, you're gonna, if you keep following along, you're gonna learn cool things. Now we get to go to the cool things section. Okay, this was like the basics of like how do I, like, you could probably, a few people could stop here. I think I would still add like telescope and stuff. Let me close some of these. But a few people could basically stop here and, you know, you'd have your syntax highlighting and your language server stuff, and you'd be able to install other language servers, and, you know, you'd have something decent. But we're gonna do weird stuff by the end of this. I think we're already doing kind of weird stuff with the language server settings. I'm gonna actually add a couple other language server settings here. That schema store thing, we actually have to explicitly set that up with the JSON LS language server, with the JSON language server. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop that over there, pop that over there. Go to Lua, going to go to user, LSP settings. And it's nice because now, because I have that function set up in that for loop, so now anytime I want to like provide some new settings for a language server, I just name the language server here. I say like JSON ls.lua, right? JSON ls.lua. I just copy this here and I just pop in the settings here, and then it just it's magically just set up. This formatting, you completely ignore this nonsense. I don't think it really does anything useful. But here's what we're doing is we're again, you notice the same kind of thing. You see this settings and then the name of the like the file type kind of name, right? And then like the settings. So then we have schemas, and then we're going to require that schema store plugin that we had. So now what we're going to be able to do, you remember that I said we would go and return to that package JSON with new capabilities now. Whoops, I made it smaller. Wanted to make it bigger. So whatever, we'll do it like this. So I'm gonna go to this web app I've been working on, and we're gonna do package.json. All right, now watch this. If I do a version, well, it should work. 1 second. If I do version, I know this, oh! All right, one more plugin we gotta install before that's gonna work. We gotta install CMP. Where's CMP? How did I never install CMP? Throughout all this shit, I never got around to installing CMP. CMP is what's gonna give us our cool auto completion and stuff like that. So let's do this, because I feel like this is more important than a lot of other things. What is this? Oh, there we go. All right, so now we're going to do spec user CMP. File doesn't exist yet, so we're going to do lua user cmp.lua. And what I'm going to add here is a lot of nonsense. CMP is, I think, the hardest plugin to set up. I think it's harder than the language server stuff to set up. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these commits because I want to get the latest stuff. We're going to just load this on insert enter. That just means when you open up a buffer and you press I and you're in insert mode, that's when all this stuff is going to load. So that's why you keep seeing event insert enter. I don't know if we have to pass it to all the dependencies, but I'm doing that. So let's go down here. Let's strip this of some of the extra nonsense that's only going to serve to confuse you. So I'm going to get rid of that. And we're going to go through this once I'm done getting rid of stuff that is, again, only going to confuse you. Yeah, we'll get rid of this for now. Tab 9, create. This is me just setting up like icons and things. I actually am going to keep the emoji one because I'm going to show you how you can get like emojis in Neovim. We'll keep this stuff. This stuff is just sources and like how you want it to all like be set up. I'll get rid of the Copilot one for now, just because, well, I'll leave the Copilot one. I think usually when you have Copilot, it's usually like the best suggestion. It should be at the top. Followed by this. I turn off snippets for Java, but if you're programming Java, just trust me, you probably want to turn them off, but we'll get rid of that for now. What is this? We could probably get rid of this entry filter. I don't think that this is not really something that is going to be, this is something that I will notice that most other people will not care about. So there we go. Okay, so this is just going to be how we have our sources set up. So like, you know, again, some of these you can get rid of and ignore. It's not a big deal if you do have them set up here and you actually don't have them installed. It's not the end of the world. But like if you have Copilot installed, that'll be first. And if you have some language server stuff, like, you know, like keywords and whatever your language server is providing, that'll be kind of like second. Snippets will be third. Tab 9 is like another kind of Copilot thing. NVim Lua is like another thing. Stuff that's in your buffer. Path would be like, sometimes you'll be like trying to like, you know, see something in your path. So it'd be like Chris, and then blah, blah, blah. You'd be able to get like autocomplete there. Calculator, I don't know. Maybe that's useful for some people, but you can get like autocompletion for like calculations and things like that. And then like emojis. So like when I do this, we're gonna get some emojis, and you'll see that'll be kind of cool. Tree Sitter actually has completions. Crates is like just from a plugin, and Tmux is from a plugin too. This is, you can ignore like the extra if you want to get rid of like this and this, you know, and like this. And if you don't use Copilot, then you can get rid of that stuff. We're using Lua Snip for our snippets. Confirm options. I'm not going to go over all these options, but for confirm options, I have this here. That's just the way that I like it. Ghost text, I don't like that. What does this do? What does this do? This sets up auto pairs, but it's in a P call, so it's fine. So it's not a big deal. We don't have auto pairs installed right now. But honestly, I don't think that using CMP with auto pairs is a good idea anyway, to be quite honest. So I'm just going to get rid of that. All right, now let's go over CMP. So CMP, again, same kind of deal. We're going to put an M at the top. We're going to install this. We're going to load it when you go into insert mode, because you know we like to be fancy. And then we have a bunch of dependencies. So one of them is going to be support for your language server. So if you want language server completions, that's how you're going to get it, is like that. If you want emojis, that's how you can do it like this. If you want completions from your buffer, like just random stuff from the buffer, you can do that. If you want path completions, you can install that. If you want to support things in the command line, which I'm not really sure I really use this that often, you can do that. This is how you can integrate Lua Snip with CMP. And then we're also going to install Lua Snip as well. And we're going to actually have a dependency on friendly snippets. Friendly snippets is like a big repository full of snippets that exists. So, you know, if you want to write your own snippets, or you're okay with like getting snippets from your language server, and that's enough for you, then you can ignore this dependency. But if you want a bunch of extra cool snippets, you can use this. And then we have NVim Lua, which I think gives some like extra completions and stuff like that for Lua. I'm not really sure that this is really super important, but it's there. I don't really know why I'm doing this. Okay, so let's go through the config. We're going to just require CMP, require Lua Snip, just as some variables so we can like use them to set stuff up and reference them in the future. We're going to get the loaders from VS Code. Again, you can go to Lua Snip and you can see all of these. Like if we go to Lua Snip, you'll see I'm not like coming up with this stuff myself. I don't know why I put that, but that T there. But you see like VS Code. See? So like VS Code, like to use existing VS Code style snippets from a plugin, like friendly snippets, simply install the plugin and then add this line. So that's why I'm adding that line, right? This is a goofy function that I have that just trust me, you want. I'm not going to explain this too much. I don't feel like really explaining it, but like just trust. It's hard to get completion to work in a very like where things aren't all goofy, right? Trust me, I've dealt with like goofy completion, like mostly around like pressing the tab key, but yeah. Just trust me, this is useful. So and then we have icons, we're gonna grab those. Then we have snippets here, so we're gonna pass the Lua Snip thing here. And again, if you just go to the CMP repository, like I didn't come up with this. This is directly in there. So if we go to Neovim CMP, you see like how they're doing it. You see a snippet, expand, And then they're using vsnip here, but look, see, this is the way you do it with Lewis snip, right? And I like Lewis snip the best. It's worked very consistently for a very long time for me, so I recommend Lewis snip. So again, that's where I'm getting that from. These are mappings, so I like to be able to press Control K and J to go up and down. I also have up and down in here, but I really never use them, so you could get rid of them. If you want to scroll through documentation when that's available, you can do Control B and Control F to go backwards and forwards through the documentation. That's the semantic kind of meaning for Control B and F there. Control Space. Sometimes you'll be like on a line and you're like, you want completions, but it's not going to complete unless you start typing. So instead of that, you do Control Space. And then what that's going to do is it's going to pop open the completion menu. This is rare, but it happens that you do want to do that. And sometimes you have the completion menu open, but you want it closed. And you can press Control E for that. Then we have, carriage return. CR stands for carriage return. What that really means is that I press the return key. And when that happens, I want to select whatever's there. Now, tab key, I like to set up this concept called super tab, right? Super tab means that the tab key is going to do a lot of shit. It's going to do a lot of stuff. It's going to tab through completions, but it's also, when I select a snippet, it's going to tab through the snippet as well. And I'll give you an example of how that's going to work. So if you want super tab to work, and again, you can just delete this stuff if you don't want it. But if you want super tab to work, and I'm going to even show you how to do a cooler thing too, but hopefully I'll have enough time. We'll see. I do plan on this going for a while. I plan to get all of this in one stream, so that in the future I can make videos about cool plugins. So I just want to if you want to know how to do all the basics and get in the nitty gritty about how to set up your Neovim config and weird things like this. This is the stream to come to. You just reference this for the rest of the year for how to do weird stuff like this. But anyway. So you want the tab key to tab through suggestions. You also want it to move through your snippets and do other things. You got to do something like this. So we're saying if the CMP pop-up menu is visible, then when I press tab, I want to select the next item. If Lewis snip is expandable, then I want to expand the snippet. If Lewis snip is else if I can expand it or it's jumpable, then I want to expand or jump. And I might be able to get rid of this, but it works so well the way it is, I don't want to play with it. Then we run this check backspace, and if that's the case, then we just fall back and fall back. What that does, it's just going to fall back to just be the normal tab key. So it's just going to be the regular tab key. So it's just going to tab over, right? Because you want it to behave like tab too. You still want it to behave like a tab key sometimes. So this is the way you got to do that. And same with shift tab. Probably you're not going to use shift tab as much, but the most useful thing for shift tab in my mind, because it's a very difficult thing to press when you want to press shift tab. It's just unintuitive kind of. At least it is for me. I rarely I don't know. I've rarely ever pressed shift tab. So it's just a weird thing in my head to ever put my pinky on the shift key on the right and then put my other pinky on the tab key. I never really do that. But the time that it's useful is when you want to move backwards through a snippet. And that's basically what we're doing here. We select either the previous item, which I don't know if anyone really moves up and down through their menu with shift tab. But if you want to, then it's there. But I like to use it just to move backwards in a snippet. Formatting, I like the way that this looks. It reminds me of kind of the way that VS Code kind of formats their entries. A kind is an icon. An abbreviation is I don't know, the name of whatever you're going to do the completion for. And then I don't really know what menu is, but it's there. I think menu is you'll have some sort of name, so you know that it's a snippet or something like that. But I typically derive that from the kind, so I usually know what I'm looking at when I'm looking at the kind. And so I like the menu to be nothing. But like if you want to know what source it's coming from, then you could do something like, you could do something like, do something like buff here, buffer, maybe if you want to do that, or you could put it in, I've seen people put it in like parentheses, like you could do something like that. But I don't really like to see that, so I just get rid of that. We're also going to set up our own source name called emoji, and we want its kind to be the smiley kind. So you can see this. See, I got a little smiley face there. So that's the kind I want to see when it's an emoji. And then it has its own highlight group, which I actually deleted earlier, but whatever, it's not a big deal. And then we have our sources. This is how they're all going to be ordered. We went over that earlier. Confirm options. You don't have to care that much about that. Just trust me that that's probably the one that you want. And then we have the window. You can probably ignore this, but this is how I get the... So I make the window look how I want it to. I don't like the scroll bar. And I like to have the padding like that. I like the border to be rounded. And this is a way to like handle the win highlight, but I feel like that should not be necessary. I feel like that should just be something we really shouldn't have to care about. I do want to know what the basic settings are for the window though. If I go to... See, I don't even know. I would assume that hopefully they're not too crazy with this. Hopefully this is all fine. So let me simplify it like that. So in the completion window, we want rounded, we want like a rounded box there, and then we don't want a scroll bar. And then the documentation should be rounded as well. And we're going to turn off the ghost text. I don't like the ghost text. All right, so there we go. It's going to install the stuff. And that's it. So now if I come down here, I do spec. There you go. See how we got like a nice little completion window there now? Spec. If I do require. And now let's go take a look at a snippet. So if I do like if, all right. And now if I press tab, see how I like tab through like that? Like I press tab to go through from like here. Like if you press tab here, you would expect that you would do something like that. But since it's in that snippet context, I press tab there, it works. It works how you would expect. I don't know why this if statements aren't like highlighted good. None of this stuff is highlighted good. Oh, I need to do like if true. There we go. I'm like, why is this not highlighted correctly? But yeah, so there you go, right? That's kind of how that'll work. If I do like while do, right? Press enter. There you go. So now also, sometimes you're going to do like a snippet. It's going to kind of look like you're in normal mode, but you're not. So right now I'm actually in insert mode. So if I start typing false, see? And now if I press Control E to get rid of that, and then I press tab, look at that, see? It puts me to the next spot in the snippet that I want to go. So something to know. And then again, tab is just going to work like normal in most cases. See how it's still just tabs like normal, but it also allows us to move through snippets. And it also allows us to, if we want to use tab, to like move through suggestions. So this is the concept of like super tab, and we can actually even make tab do like more stuff in different contexts. But yeah, so that's CMP. So now let's go back again. Remember, I added that thing for the schema store. Now if we go to package.json, and now I get to show this off. If we come in here, and I also, by the way, you probably want to do a quick TS install for JSON. Yeah, so yeah, you probably didn't notice, but the double quotes were not the correct color. But anyway, so come in here, now we do version. Look at that. See? Those little wrenches let me know that the schema is being invoked and that this is smart enough to know that version's a thing. And it even tells me a documentation of what version is. This is because I set up the schema store. So we have version must be parsable by node semver, which is bundled with npm as a dependency. So this gives me some context, right? If I go to name, right? See that? Now if I get rid of name, I was wondering if like it would also like care about that, but yeah. Anyway, I guess it doesn't. But anyway, you can see that. Come down here, the name of the package. There you go. Private. What does private do? If set to true, then npm will refuse to publish it. There you go. That's what private does. Now, if I put this, you see that I have some options here for different things. If I make this a little bit bigger, probably get a bigger thing. See this? These are all the different things that you can add to a package.json with a list of descriptions, or not list, well, yeah, descriptions associated with the keys that you can pass to a package.json. Now, this doesn't just work with package.json, this will work with like any JSON config file, which you probably are dealing with some JSON config files at some point. You can set this up with YAML too. I think you would just have to do like a similar thing with YAML ls, but anyway, this has got to be useful to someone. Or at least I hope it is. So yeah. So another thing, like I think if we open up like tsconfig.json, right? See? Same thing. Now we get to know what all these things do for tsconfig. All right. And hopefully that's a good explanation about what that's doing. So now we have CMP installed. That's cool. I feel like we should have done that earlier, but we got around to it. Let's go back to the init. Let me see. Are people still watching? Yeah, we still have a good amount of people watching. Let's see. Okay, I'm looking through some of the comments here. I don't think I'm going to be able to answer them. Just because there are a good amount of comments, and I'm glad that there's people asking questions and stuff like that. But we have so much to cover, right? So we're gonna press on, and we're just gonna get as much done as we possibly can. Just so I want to answer all of these questions in one stream, and yeah. So let's I think we enabled hints earlier. Oh, someone's referencing the new default theme. Yeah, I went over that like way earlier in the stream. Let's do hints really quick. Inlay hints. So maybe you have seen inlay hints. So now we're going to just start doing fun stuff. We're going to do... I mean, we definitely should add telescope, but... And maybe like a tree or something. But we'll get around to that. So let's do hints. So this... And we're looking for LSP config, and we're looking for hint. Okay. And then we're going to say, okay, if the client supports method text document inlay hint, then I want to do vim.lsp inlay hint.enable for that buffer. And so we're just going to put that in our onAttach. Okay, and we'll just do like that, like this. And I'm not opening anything there. I'm used to like my dashboard thing opening. Now we should be getting hints. Maybe we have to wait till this loads. We actually are getting hints. You just don't know it. Look really closely. You can see that we have semicolons here. So one of the cool things that Lua LS does is it actually provides semicolons as a hint. See? So it'll actually tell you that it's there. All right. So if you get rid of it, it lets you know that that's the end of a line, right? So this is like a thing that it does. Now I think we can get a little more spicy with the hints that are provided. So let's Let's go do that. Let's do Lua. We'll do a NeoGit. Let's do Lua. Lua user LSP settings. And then we're going to do Lua ls. And what I'm looking for is particular hints. So I've hint enabled true, array of index, param name. Let's do all. And we have the semicolon on. Okay, and then we have like that set type. Okay. So maybe that will set up params. So hopefully that will work. If I open up like this now, there you go. See, these are hints now. So you remember the spec function. So if we go to reference on the spec function, well, not go to reference, actually we want to go to but yeah, there you go. See, it takes an item, right? And you can see that's what this is. And I think I might, well, I don't have the key set up yet, but I'll show you how to toggle these on and off. Because sometimes it can get a little bit noisy. So you can see require takes mod name, and we pass it the module name. All right, 1 second. So now let's do I'm just going to leave that one there. And I'm actually going to turn this off for now. I'm going to disable those just because I think they're kind of annoying. And I'll leave the semicolons on. Now, a lot of people want to use Neovim as a Python Jupyter notebook, but I'm not really sure that that's like, I don't really know how that would work, to be honest. I know there's like a plugin out there called Molten that does something like that. All right, let's do init.lua. Yeah, I think the theme color looks pretty nice. It looks better too when the highlighting is coming from the language server too. So right now, actually, if we do inspect, now that we have the language server stuff set up, we actually aren't getting the highlighting from TreeSitter anymore. We're actually getting the highlighting from the language server. So that's another thing to be aware of. Now, let's clean up some of the formatting here. So we're going to do none ls. So none ls is going to allow us to set up things like formatters and linters and other weird goofy stuff, but you can mostly think about it like formatters and linters. Also, let me show you this too. I said that we'd have emojis, and here are the emojis. So you know, like a rocket emoji, there you go, right? Do any emoji that you want. And remember that we created our own little smiley face kind for it too. So you can see that we got a little smiley face in front of it. So yeah. What means spec? I went over that in the beginning of the stream. It's basically just a really simple function that we wrote here. All it does is it just adds the item. It adds the spec to a list of like it like it adds a lazy spec to a big list, and then at the end we pass that big list to lazy. So yeah, I went over some of the benefits. I think there are enough to justify it. Will this be in a GitHub repo? Yes. All of this will be in the Launch.nvim repo when I'm done. I already have like something there, but I'm going to update it with what's here once I'm done. By the way, this will all be for Neovim 0.10 as well. Not for Neovim 0.9. Okay. So now we have LSP config, we have all this kind of stuff. I think I was going to do none ls. So let's go take a look at that. Lua, user, I think it's still called null ls in here. We're gonna change that. So let's grab this. And we're going to do spec, and we're going to do user dot, and we're going to call it none ls like that, I guess. And then we're going to do e lua user none dash ls dot lua. And I don't know what this is complaining about. I think it's, yeah, it looks like the hints are just a little messed up. That's something interesting. Not a big problem though. So now we have this. I feel like I should do the same thing with diagnostics. So like if I do like local diagnostics, it's equal to null ls dot built-ins dot, don't they have diagnostics? Diagnostics. I think that's what it should be. And I'm probably not going to use any well, maybe we'll do flake 8 just to prove that it works. But okay, so again, same thing. None ls is the spiritual successor to null ls. I think you still require it as null ls, but you install it via none ls. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to grab a couple things just so we don't have to keep repeating ourselves so much when we set stuff up in the sources. So I think I want to actually turn debugging off here, just I guess for maybe performance reasons. But so we have formatting here, and then we have diagnostics. These are the big ones. Diagnostics, you can also think of that as like linting. And you might be tempted to set up ESLint this way, but we actually set up ESLint as a language server, and I really recommend doing it that way and not doing it this way. So let's take a look at something like Prettier we have set up here, something like Style we have set up here. Let's do diagnostics dot, I think it would be flake 8. And then we'll put a comma. Okay, so now we have, it should be like pretty simple to understand at this point. We have the name of the plugin. Again, we have a config function, and then we return it, and this is a lazy spec. Now, this is again just from the documentation, so you just require it. We're going to grab formatting, we're going to grab diagnostics, and we're going to just put them in the sources. So we're going to set up Style Lua, we're going to set up Prettier, we're going to set up Flake 8, and then we're going to set up this completions for spelling or something. Now, I should say that this also works with Mason. So Mason installs these. So when we go to Mason like this, and then we would go take a look at a formatter, and we don't have Style Lua installed, so let's go find Style Lua and install that, and there you go. So now we'll be able to use it. If we go look at like the linters, we do have Flake 8 installed, so we should be good to go there. So now let's save this. I'm going to install none ls. And now I kind of need a key binding for this. And this is where which key is kind of useful. So I'm going to actually just set up which key now. What was that? What are we complaining about? We need plenary. So we finally do need plenary for something. So let's go actually install plenary. It looks like none ls depends on plenary. So if we go take a look, we're going to do, it looks like this is not going to be friends with us while we try to solve this problem here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use the way we already set up our config. So we're just going to go in here. It's going to be painful, but we're going to do that. We're going to comment it out, and now we're not going to have that error anymore. And this is why we set up our config like this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to none ls neovim. Blah, 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 blah. Plenary. Plugin depends on plenary.nvim. So we're going to make sure that we pass that in for it. Oops. So we're going to do this. I don't know why that didn't copy. All right, we're going to do dependencies. I think that's how you spell that. I'm terrible at spelling. And then we're going to pass this. We're going to have to put some, see, I'm used to using surround here. And we're going to go like that. And we're going to have to format it ourselves. And there we go. So now when we restart this, it's going to install plenary as a dependency for that. And now we're not going to get errors. Now, if we actually want to run it, like run like a formatting. Oh yeah, it wouldn't really be here actually. It would be it's the really useful thing, like the reason we use something like null.ls or none.ls is it actually plugs into like the language server capabilities inside of Neovim. So I don't need some special bullshit format command. I can just use the formatting that's built into Neovim itself in the Vim API. So if we go to, I'm just going to quickly set up which key. So we're going to do spec user.which key. Because this is just how and the reason I'm setting this up is just because this is how I usually set up like all of my leader key bindings. And I have like a bunch of different leader key bindings that I use for different stuff. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to do Lua user. And then we're going to do which key.lua like that. And this is just that stupid int thing. I guess if you have an empty file, this is something maybe the Neovim core team has to actually handle. So now I'm just going to go copy my config for which key. It's actually not super complicated. Which key. Just going to come down here and I'll explain what this does. Same deal. We just, put the name of our plugin here, some event. Not that I think this event is really actually important for this because I call it all over my config. So like we're really not going to get the usefulness of that event there. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to give me some mappings. See, my leader key is my space key. So if I press space Q, it's going to like quit. If I press space H, it's going to turn off the highlighting from search. If I press this, it's gonna. If I press space semicolon, it'll open up a terminal. If I press space V, it'll do a vertical split. And then these are just like names of groups. And then I actually set up the which key stuff in the particular plugin spec files. The reason I do that and the reason I register the stuff in those files is so that if I comment that plugin out, it gets rid of all of those, it gets rid of all of like the little which key bindings that go with it. So that's why I do it that way. I have some here for tabs, if I want to create a new tab. That one's for tree sitter, and so on and so forth. These are just some settings for which key. You can go through the which key repository and you can see like the different settings that it has. It's really not, it's really not interesting. Like you can go read through the docs and you'll see that. Here's where I pass the options, where prefix is leader. And remember that in our key maps earlier, we set space to be our leader key. And then we just register our mappings. Now we're just going to run this which key register like all over the place, like in all of our different plugin files or all of our different spec files. And we're just going to like build up our leader mappings that way. That way, whenever we press space and we wait long enough, we'll see like if we forgot what a mapping was, it'll be there like waiting for us. So I'll do this, we'll install it. Let's do, I'll press space, wait a second, and there you go. So now we have which key. So for instance, if I want to press Q now, it quits. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, and the next thing I'll probably install is Telescope because I'm tired of like not being able to search for files and stuff. But the next thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to LSP config and I'm going to add some bindings for that. So let's add some special bindings for the language server. Let's do it like this and like that so we can kind of see. All right. And here's where I set that up. So we're going to do which key, and we're just going to register a bunch of key bindings that I think are useful for the language server stuff. Again, this is all going to be in the repo, so you can go take a look at this. The one that we're going to be interested in mostly right now is going to be for formatting. And so really it's just vim.lsp.buff.format. I do have to filter out one particular client, which is the TypeScript tools client, but I'll get into that later. This won't, you can still use this command. Like even if you don't use TypeScript tools, it's not gonna do anything. Another useful one is going to be toggling hints on and off. We're also going to need the toggling hints function that I have here as well for that. So let's go and grab all of these. Okay. And we'll just come down here to our config, and I'm just going to pass that at the top like this. And we're going to save, open up this. Now when I press space, L, and then F, see we get formatting. Now everything becomes uniform. Now that's not the formatting I necessarily like for my for my Lua stuff. So I'm going to create a Lua RC file, or actually I'm just going to copy the Lua RC file. So I'm going to do ... and I do nvim.old.luarc into here. And if we open that up, oh, we have that. Oh, it must be a TOML file actually. 1 second. Let me do a move nvim.old. Or no, we probably want to copy it. Copy /nvim.old. What do we got in here? Yeah, style.lua.toml. That's what it is. Now if we open up style.lua.toml, we have a column width, we have this other stuff. The most important thing is that we have no call parentheses. I just think that that looks cleaner, so that's the way that I'm going to be doing it. So now I'm going to format, there you go. Now we can get all that nice formatting. See if we turn it on, space LF, and if we forget how to format, we do space, we can wait for a second, press L, and we can see that F does formatting, okay? So we'll do F, and there you go. Now, I'm also going to add a function to go along for the inlay hints. So we're going to go to LSP config again, and right now one of these is looking for require user LSP config toggle inlay hints. So we got to provide that function for that. So we're going to go here. There it is. We're going to grab this. And I don't know where to put this. I'll put it under the capabilities. We'll just put it there. Okay. I could just format. Yeah, there we go. So now we can toggle the inlay hint stuff on and off. So you can see these parentheses are actually hints. They're actually inlay hints. So if I want to turn them off, space LH, and I can turn them back on. Right? So it's kind of cool. It's cooler when you're doing things like TypeScript and you're actually using like serious inlay hints, but you know, that's how we can do that. All right. so that's which key, that's formatting and all that stuff. Let's open up a quick Python file. We'll do like test.py really quick here. I don't know what that stuff was. Index was out of range for some reason. It's some kind of problem. Now I know that was to do with Flake 8. So let's maybe find out what happened there. What do we have? We have none-ls. It should be called Flake 8, so that should work. We have Flake 8 installed. So I'm not really sure what would have went wrong there. So let's comment that out. Then let's change this to Flake 8 like that. It doesn't like that for some reason. Let's go take a look at the code. Sometimes we have to do a little bit of a deeper dive into things. So where is this stupid thing? Let's Lewis up. Didn't I open this up somewhere? Let's do none ls. Yeah, see, that's how you would do it. We have Flake 8 installed, so that should work. If we go to this, go to built-ins, go to diagnostics, should see something like Flake 8 here, I think. Maybe there isn't a Flake 8. Oh, there is. There it is. Could be, yeah, the name is Flake 8. I don't know. Let's do a quick thing. We're gonna do a .get here. Sometimes you have to do stuff like that. Def test print. I haven't written Python in a minute. Test. If I already have some code in there. Now what if I do something like this and test 2? Okay, I guess you just need code in there to start with for some stupid reason, but there you go. So Flake 8 is there, expected 2 blank lines, found 1. So now it's okay, format request failed because there's no matching language servers. So now what if we go and we set up black for that? Maybe it'll fix it, right? So if we go to none-ls, and we're going to want a formatter here. Do formatting .black, and we installed black earlier with Mason. So if we do Mason and we go to the formatters, see we got black. So now I'll do that. I'll reopen this test.py. I'll format, and it doesn't seem to care. Oh, actually it does. Okay, cool. So it ran, and there you go. So get rid of that. Flake 8 shows up. Format. There you go. Looks like for some reason sometimes some stuff is out of range or something for Flake 8. It looks like Flake 8 likes to complain, but you can see that it works. So yeah. We're just going to remove that file now. I just wanted to show that, that's a thing. Now, let's also do a check to see if people are still watching. Yeah, it looks like we still have an audience here. let's see. Okay, so yeah, now let's move on to, let's have a telescope be installed, because telescope, that's something I'm not enjoying not having. So let's do, I'm going to keep this here, and we're just going to do like this. I'm going to put that there. And we're going to do E Lua user telescope dot Lua. That hint thing is going to bother me every single time. So I guess it just is what it is. I don't know why it's complaining every single time that, I don't know. Whatever, it is what it is. So now, okay, we have telescope. I'm going to grab the, not the telescope file from there. I'm going to grab the telescope file from my other config here. Telescope. Okay, because it has all of the witch key bindings that I told you about, and also it has another cool function that I'm also going to talk about as well. So let's install telescope. And I guess we're using FCF native too for that. I don't know, I guess it makes it faster. Someone once told me it made it faster. Well, why is that not working? Yeah, fine should be there. The witch key stuff should be running. Maybe because telescope's not. And then I bet now, yeah, okay. Let's not do this. See, this is one of them foot guns that we want to not deal with. Yeah, see, so it's not loading because of the stuff we have there. There we go. All right, so let's talk about telescope really fast. So telescope allows us to kind of like fuzzy search through things. So this is fuzzy searching through files. You'll notice that I have this really cool way of doing this, and I actually just found this today in like a thread. I can't remember the thread, but there's some thread in the Neovim or in the telescope issues that shows you how to do, like, you know, set things up with like the icon, the name of the file, and then the path like afterwards, and like kind of like muted. And so I really like that. So like now if we want to search for like, you know, the telescope file, you just do that, and then you go back to init, and then, you know, it's really fast. And when you pair this with something like Harpoon, it's really nice. So let's again, all right, we got this. Then we have some dependencies. We're going to use the FCF native. It has a build step and lazy true. So yeah, so that's just something that we can use along with telescope. I guess it just makes things faster. I don't know. You probably don't really need this. It's, you know. Then we just have a bunch of witch key stuff. So you can see all this. So if I press space and then I press F, you can see that we got all this stuff here, right? You can press like, let's see what we got. F for find files, and we can do something like space FT, and now we can search through text within our files. So if we're looking for something like leader, right? You can see everywhere the leader is defined. See something like Vim. You see something like require, right? And so that's a great way to kind of navigate around, being able to see, like going and finding like fine-grained text throughout your projects. Another great way is just to, you know the names of your files that you want to go to. A lot of these other ones are just goofy nonsense things that you can do, but, you know, it's up to you if you care about them, but they're useful for me. Now we go through here. This is the auto command that made that cool looking thing. So this is in that issue somewhere. You can go find it, and you can find like the original author, whoever created this little auto command. But yeah, this allows you to like make that look nice. I have that in there. It's not super important. I may get rid of it in in here just because like I want this to be a little simpler. So maybe we'll get rid of some of these as well. Let's get rid of I mean, we can still leave these up, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it might be a little too much. I just want it to be simple when people like show up to it. Like I don't want this to be like confusing. So key maps and registers, old files feels like it's useful. You don't really need man pages. The last search thing is kind of cool. Media files you don't really need. Highlights you don't really need. Help tags, that's kind of useful, I guess. Grep strings and live grep. I don't really know what the hell the difference is between this. What is the difference? I guess it just looks within this file. Yeah, it's not really that useful. Projects is kind of cool. I'll probably leave that in, and I'll probably install the projects thing. Get branches, find files. Yeah, I'll probably leave those. And buffers. Buffers is really nice because now we can search through our buffers like this. So if we want to go there, that's an open buffer, space BB, jump over to this one. These are all like the different things. Some of these are probably not important. Like if I probably get rid of like that stuff. Probably don't need that. You do need to have ripgrep installed, so keep that in mind. It's called ripgrep. The command is RG though. Yeah, these are just some mappings. We're gonna get rid of this, the file name first thing. All right, and yeah, then we have that FZF extension. That's the dependency. I guess it just makes things faster. It's something, I guess, that you can use. You don't have to use it though. All right. So now we have that. That's about as simple as I really feel like we can make it. And there you go. So I do like Mason, we can go there, and go back to init, search, very nice. There you go. Now let's do, I guess we can add a tree, we can add NVim tree. I know this is contentious. Some people don't think you should use a tree. I think having a tree can be nice sometimes. So we're gonna do Lua. It's nice to just kind of see how your project is laid out sometimes. That's my personal opinion. NVim tree.lua. I use NVim tree. I know some people, every single time we open a file with these stupid hints, I gotta turn off these Lua hints. So yeah, let's go. I'm gonna use my other configs tree. Let's close this because now we can search. What's the problem here? It doesn't have that. Yeah, that's fine. So let's do NVim tree. I'm gonna grab this, paste this. Can I get rid of? There we go. All right, same deal. We have our M. This time we're saying we want to install NVim tree. We have this very lazy event. I went over that earlier, so if you're new to that, you can just go back and rewatch some of that stuff from earlier in the stream. We have our config function, and this is we're going to set up which key again, and we're going to have leader E be NVim tree toggle. It's going to open up our Explorer. This is some special stuff I have on attach. Why am I doing this? I don't really... Oh, this is how you have to set up key mappings. So I like to press like V and like open things, but again, is this really super useful for new people? Not really. I really need that, so we're gonna toss that. These are all things that like a lot of these settings are probably already set, but sometimes I just put them there anyway, just in case I want to go back and change them. So yeah. A lot of these though, like the glyphs thing, are just icons. And again, if you remember from earlier, I created an icons file so that we can like easily just keep all of our icons in one place. So if I go over there, you can see they're all here. So yeah, these are just basically icons and a bunch of settings that are already settings for NVIM tree. Like a lot of this is probably not anything that just isn't already in their config. So yeah, I mean, it's not really complicated. This is really just kind of like setting up NVIM tree and then just like with all the default settings for the most part, but just I'm doing it explicitly. Maybe in the future we won't do it explicitly. Maybe I'll make this config look a little bit simpler, but it's not even. It's literally just like passing like Boolean options and strings and things. Like you probably could get away with like even deleting everything inside of here and like setting it up. You probably would be fine. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna do that. Gonna have it install it for us. All right, and now we got a little tree here. Kind of go through our different files. We can see how our project is structured now a little bit better, and we can close it when we're not using it. There you go. I used to be a long time monthly GitHub sponsor when I discovered Neovim, but it ended because GitHub changed some stuff. Do you have any preference, or is GitHub supporter good enough? Yeah, if you want to continue to support me on GitHub, I would definitely appreciate that. You can support me on YouTube too. If you want to get a YouTube membership, that's also good. But yeah, I mean, any of that support, it all helps and goes a long way. So if anyone is finding this long, painful stream helpful, you can send super chats and things. I don't even know how many people are watching. I would assume there's probably at least like 20 people watching. Do Chris at machine. Yeah, we got a good amount of people watching. Chris. But yeah. So all right, let's keep going. Now we have NVIM tree installed. Let's do another one. And no, okay. Another thing is too. By the way, when I keep like copy and pasting these things, that's like the best part about how I have this config set up. You can use any of the specs that you find in my personal Neovim config, and you can just drop them in, right? And if you don't like one of them, you just comment it out, right? You just that's it. I wish I had the comment plugin, but yeah. So you just comment it out and get rid of it, or you can just delete it and get rid of it. It's not like super tied in. It's not like a Neovim distribution. It's not like someone's super complicated Neovim config. Like each one of these files is just a spec. If you don't want it anymore, just delete it. It's gone. It won't get loaded. And if you do want some other spec that's cool, you can probably go, anyone who's using LazyVim correctly or using lazy.nvim, you can go see how they're defining their specs. Just pull it in, and then you can go and grab config from other people's Neovim configs and do other kind of cool stuff. So that's why I like doing it like this. Maybe we should get our comment plugin. There are a couple like boring things that, you just kind of have to do. So let's go see, let's do spec, we'll do user.comment, and then now we can use our tree if we want to here, something like comment.lua, boom, like this. I'm going to turn off the hints for Lua because it looks like it likes to complain. I don't know why. Expected a table of specs, but a Boolean was returned instead. Yeah, so that's because we have to actually add something to this so that it's a valid lazy spec. So now let's do a comment like this. And I'm going to simplify this too. So we have a dependency for TS context comment string. That's really useful if you use React. So if you're a React developer, you probably want to pay attention to this part because this is going to make your life a lot easier. So now let's do a couple things. Again, we're going to do which key here. So you can just see how I have two mappings for leader and /. So when you do leader /, you're going to comment something out. And if you highlight multiple lines in visual mode and then you do leader /, you're going to comment multiple lines out. We're also going to add context comment string. And if you go to the config, and we can probably just toss all this junk in here. This is stuff that I don't even know why I'm like. The only thing that's important is the pre-hook for context comment string. So what we're going to do is we're just going to require context comment string. We're going to set the enable auto command to false, and then we're going to set up this pre-hook with comment. Okay, and then we have just some which key bindings for forward, or we're going to press space /, and that's going to allow us to comment stuff out. Now, the context comment string is important if you're a React developer. If you're not a React developer, it probably doesn't matter like as much, but it might still kind of matter. So now let's do this. All right, we just installed comment.nvim and nvim ts context comment string. So now if we do this, see that, we can do this, right? Now, if we go and open up like a, let's do something. How do I make this like, I want to just, yeah. So now let's make this a little bit bigger. Repos, resolver. It's like a project I'm working on. I think this has like the old code though. Yeah. All right, so we have, oh, all right, so here's another thing. Tree sitter is not installed, you can tell. But also the language server is not running because the language server would probably also handle this. So we're going to do ts install TypeScript. And we're going to do ts install JavaScript. All right, we're going to do ts. I don't know if they have one for TypeScript React. It doesn't look like they do. So the next thing we're going to do too really quick is we're just going to, let's go move between this one. We're going to turn on TS server really fast just so we can get that highlighting and all. So let's do lsp config. We just want to set it up because I don't have TypeScript tools set up yet, and maybe I'll set that up later. So yeah, let's do what the hell happened there? TS server. There we go. And now we'll move back to this one. Open up the layout again. Why is it not turning on? Why am I not getting syntax highlighting? I should definitely be getting much better syntax highlighting than this. This is not what I would expect. Yeah. I'm a little confused by that. Yeah, like why is it not? Let's go take a look at our other config. Maybe there'll be a clue. Tree sitter. We have highlighting enabled. Not really sure what the problem is. How come, all right, like if I do like ts enable highlight, really? Is there really not like a TypeScript React? No, it's not. Is there like a JSX one maybe? Like a TSX? There it is. Okay. Now, still though, I feel like the language server should also be handling some of this. But anyway, look at that, see? Now we have a context comment string like kind of working, like kind of how you would expect. So I can comment out that piece of JSX there, and then if I have something like const test is equal to, I don't know, 9, I can comment that up there, and we have that comment string, and then we can comment down here, we have this comment string. So there you go. Oh yeah, someone's saying ts install tsx. Yeah, but even still, I feel like the language server should have provided some highlights as well. Would have thought that it would have, at least. So like if I do like inspect here, yeah, like it's only tree sitter. But for some reason, this one actually is being picked up with the semantic tokens correctly. So yeah, I don't know. It's just confusing, but it is what it is. So just, I guess, remember in the future, if you're using TypeScript, React stuff, then like TSX files, then you got to install TSX. It's not TypeScript React. All right. So now let's, we installed the comment plugin. We'll do maybe breadcrumbs later. Lua-line is low-hanging fruit. Let's do Lua-line. You want a cool looking line, right? This is important. It's important. It's very important. So now let's do spec for Lua-line, and we can just come over here, and we'll do Lua-line.lua. And we'll come over here and we'll look for my config that I have for Lua-line. And I'm going to make this very simple as well. So we're going to get rid of this diff thing there. Rid of that. Don't really, again, I feel like this should be simple. I don't want to like spend too much time. I don't want people to get too confused with this kind of stuff. Ignore focus NVim tree. Oh yeah, so I don't want to like, yeah. We'll get rid of all this. The diagnostics, we're gonna just do like that. And then we have this and that, this and that. So if you want to use Copilot, and you are using Copilot, then this is very useful to have. If you're not using Copilot, then you can remove all the stuff related to Copilot. And we can probably get rid of the file type thing there as well and make it simpler. So do this like that. Oh, what the hell? And yeah. So same thing as usual, we got the M, we got the name of our plugin, we have some dependencies. Again, if you're not using Copilot, you can get rid of that. And then we have some options here. So like component separators, section separators. And then if you want to ignore certain buffer types, then you can ignore focusing them there. Then you just have different sections. A, B, and C are on the left, X, Y, and Z are on the right. You can look up and see what options are available to you if you look up the repo for Lua-line. And then there are some extensions too if you're interested, things like Quick Fix or Man or Fugitive and that kind of thing. All right, so now we'll do this. Okay. And then we have our little line here. Now if this was a real GitHub repository like this one over here, you see now that I have like a little branch situation there. We got like where we are in the file. And then that thing right there lets us know that Copilot is not working right now. But I will set up Copilot. And we can do that. So let's, I don't know, we can do Copilot. Copilot's easy. So let's go take a look for Copilot really fast. So I have Copilot for free. So that's kind of like why I use it. I probably would use maybe a less expensive one that doesn't cost money if I didn't get it for free. But since I do have that, so it's just kind of nice to be able to use it. So if we look for Copilot, all right, and this is my config for Copilot, so we're going to do that. And now this is one where it's like, this is where I create like an extras drawer, right? So if you're not using it, you don't want to use it, then it's fine, it's whatever. So we're going to actually put this in extras, right? And then we're going to do Copilot.lua. And so now that'll be there. And so again, same deal. Just going to set it up with Copilot there, event insert enter, dependencies. We're also going to install Copilot CMP. I don't actually have Copilot CMP set up, but you can do that if you do this. So if you want to require that line there, then it'll work inside of CMP. If not, then it won't. These are just some things. You can jump to the next solution. You can accept it with Control L, refresh it with R, open it with I guess that would be Alt Enter. You know, that's for the panel though. For just a regular suggestion, you have like acceptance, next, prev, and dismiss. And these are for file types that you might not want it in, so maybe you don't want it in YAML. You probably would though. Maybe you don't want it in help or git commit or something like this. And if you do want to use it in CMP, then you can set it out there. I actually don't find any use for it in CMP personally, but yeah. So let's, okay, now we're going to add that spec. So we're going to do spec user.extras.copilot. All right, now it's going to install both of those. And now if you give it some time to like start up, see, you got a suggestion there. If I press Control L, it's going to accept it for me. So if I say, write a binary search. Wow, Copilot has gotten like shittier. Maybe we start with like a function. There you go. There you go. Now it writes binary search for you, right? And like you can just probably, it's probably right, you know. But yeah. So there you go. That's Copilot set up and working. Is there a command like tab move +1 to buffers? I'm going to talk about buffers, windows, and tabs in a little bit. You guys use Codium? Yeah, maybe one day I'll use Codium. People are asking like how to reorder buffers. You should not have buffers. Let me just say this really quick. While I have people here, stop putting buffers up here. Stop doing that. That's bad. It's not good. It just like sucks. Gives me anxiety when I see this tab concept of like all these buffers, like 50 buffers at the top. It's just, it's not, I don't recommend you do it that way. Let me actually, what is VTSLS? I don't know what VTLSLS is. I don't know what that is. What does it do? I keep seeing that mentioned in the chat here. Oh, it's a language server? Oh, is it good? Why is it good? It's better TS server. Right now I'm using TypeScript tools, but all right, maybe I'll try this out in the future. I'll definitely take a look at this. Let me Let me go to the Neovim one. Well, whatever. I'll bookmark it for later. But right now I'm using TypeScript tools. I might set that up later. What was I saying, though? I was going to set something up, and now I totally forget what I was going to set up. Oh, well, there's a ton of stuff to do. Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about tabs and shit. Let's do that. This is just trust me. Just do it this way. It's going to be better, all right? You might think it'll be a little scary at first, but trust me, when you're doing something like this, it's just better. So I'm going to use a plugin I wrote that sits on top of Navic, but you don't have to use this. There's another one called like Drop Menu or something like that you can use as well, which has a little bit more features, but I like this. This is what I'm going to do, okay? So I like to use I think it's called WinBar, right? So we're going to do Navic.lua. And so this is like, instead of using this bufferless thing at the top, like let's stop doing that. So I'm going to install Navic. All right. And then I'm going to install breadcrumbs. Okay, and so it's really simple. Breadcrumbs, it's in the LunarVim org. You just install it like this. You acquire it. There's nothing more to it. You just got to make sure that you have Navic installed. So we could put like a dependencies for Navic, but whatever. I don't care. We know it's going to be installed because we're installing it here. Now Navic, again, we just do the same thing. We just set up the module. We set up a config. This runs every single time. I'm going to just set it up with the kind icons that I set up. We want it to highlight. We're going to automatically attach it to the language server. I guess it's clickable. I don't know, whatever. And then we have a separator. Yeah, it's really not a complicated setup. You can look up nvim Navic. It's really super simple. And then we're going to set it up with breadcrumbs too. So now we have that. So now if we go to init.lua, we're going to do Navic, and we're going to do spec, and then we're going to do breadcrumbs, like that. Okay, we're going to install both of those. And now you can see that I have the name of the file right here. So that's what we got. We got the name of the file, right? So then you might be thinking, yeah, but that doesn't show me like all my buffers that I have open. But that's fine, because, again, you're probably only cramming like maybe like 5 or maybe like 7 up there anyway, so you're not even seeing all of them up there anyway. So this is just a different strategy that I have instead of doing that. It begins with Telescope. So moving between files, okay, great. We can move between files with Telescope, great. Now we can also open up buffers with Telescope. So now we don't really need that up there, right? Because we have this. So at any moment, if I want to see what buffers are open, I can do space BB. I can see the buffers that I have open, right? I do space BB, and I can see what buffers I have available, right? There's no way that you really, you're probably sitting up here and like trying to click through them and moving them around, and you're not seeing all of your buffers anyway. You're going to get a bigger chunk of buffers faster like this, and you're going to see like more of them, and you can search through them, which is better. And you can move through them, and read the entire path for them and everything. So it's just better to use Telescope, but we can do even better than that, especially with breadcrumbs and Navic too. When I'm in like a particular file, so if I'm in like the WitchKey file, you can see like, oh, look at that. If I'm in some really deep nested object or something, like you can imagine, this is not that deeply nested, but you can imagine some nightmares you might have seen at work, where you're in some function context within some class, within some other, potentially some other class, you know what I mean? And then, you're in some nightmare context and you have no clue what you're in, right? This is where something like this is super useful. You know what file name you're in. You know what context you're in. You know maybe what function you're in within that context. You can kind of see. So this is what I like to put up here in the WinBar. Then if I have to switch to a different buffer, I just open this up and I switch to a different buffer. Now, even better than that, what we can do is we can add something like harpoon. So if you've never used that before, let's set that up. So let's go over here because I have it set up over here. So we do harpoon. Okay. Oh yeah, and I have a cool little notify thing too that goes with harpoon. So if we do harpoon, we don't have it over here. So we're gonna do harpoon.lua like this. And this is made by, I'm sure we all know who the Primogen is. And he's kind of a big name in the Neovim space. You'd probably have to be pretty new to not know like this plugin right here, right? I guess this does depend on plenary, but I'm not 100% sure, but I'm not going to take that out of here. So same thing as usual. We just put it here. We got a little event there. We can pull it in as plugin. I have some key maps. One of them is Shift M. That's how I mark a file. And then I actually press Tab to see the open files that I marked. And then I have this little auto command that's kind of cool. What it'll do, well, actually, this just sets the borders. So actually, this is not important. We can get rid of that. But I do have this file here called I do have this function here called mark file, and what it does is it just marks the file, but also it notifies you with like it gives you a little bit of feedback. You got a little spear there, and it says that it marked the file. So we're gonna go back over here. We're gonna do spec. We're gonna do user.harpoon. We're gonna go like that. And now you got really fine-grained abilities to move between files. So now if we do like tree sitter and then I want to mark that, what happened here? Oh, extras. Okay, it's looking for that. One second, let me swap this out. Right now it's looking in extras because that's where I used to have this. But right now we just have it in user. So let's save this, reopen it. So now we have init.lua marked. So now if we go to tree sitter, right, and we'll mark tree sitter. You can see I marked it down there. I pressed Shift M. So now we can move between these two files like this. And so very rarely are you actually going to mentally be using the context of like 30 tabs open at the top of your editor. Like honestly, I'm telling you, that just gives me anxiety thinking about that. You can't keep 30 tabs in your mental context at one time. Now, if you do want to see all of your buffers that are open, like for instance, let's open a bunch of buffers. Let's go to options. Let's go to key maps. Let's go to, no way you're keeping all of this context in your head. Harpoon. Let's go to schema store. Let's go to all the stuff that we've been kind of working on, right? So now we have all these tabs open. And maybe you might have them at the top of your editor like this. But that is a nightmare. Right now here, at least we can kind of search through them and kind of see them in like a drop down and like that's better, right? But it'd be even better if I'm working with contexts. So right now Harpoon's completely empty. And imagine that I just want to work between NVIM tree and my init.lua, right? And so now I don't have this whole nightmare context of like all these buffers that are open. I don't have to think about managing them and closing them and all this kind of shit. I just think like, oh, okay, what are the files that I'm going to be working on right now? You know, like what am I going to be doing? What files, what contexts am I going to be working in? And so like that's where Harpoon is really useful. So if I'm just going to be working on these two files, I just move in between them. And then I like to reserve this space, like I said up here, just for the WinBar, so I can see what context I'm working in. So like, again, if I'm in some big ass nightmare file, I can just be like, all right, this is the name of the file. This is the context that I'm working in, right? I'm in the setup function. I know I'm in the setup function inside of a config object. There you go, inside of the nvim-tree.lua file. And I'm almost never going to look at all my buffers. I'm almost never going to do this. I don't give a shit. I just want to mark the files that I'm interested in. So I'm probably just going to be searching through files. And then it's like, okay, now I want to work on Copilot and init.lua at the same time. So I'm going to remove the NVim tree one, and now I'm just going to move between these files with Harpoon. This is better. But sometimes you also might want to also do like tabs, right? So what I recommend you actually use the tab bar for is actual tabs. So let's take a look at how we might do actual tabs in the tab bar. Let's never put buffers in the tab bar again. Let's never do that again. Let's leave that out of our workflow from now on. Trust me, once you don't need them. So now we're going to look for something called Tabby, which I think is a really cool plugin. So this is a really complicated config here. This is a time where I just recommend you just copy and paste it and just trust me. Again, you don't have to use this if you don't want to use it. I'm going to include it as an extra here. You don't need to use it if you don't want to. But I think it looks nice the way that I have it set up, and I think it works nice the way that I have it set up. And the way that this config works, because it's so modular, because it's so easy to just pull things in, test them out, and get rid of them if you don't want them, you know, we have that ability to do that with this. So now if we open up our init.lua, we do spec user.extras tabby. All right, and now what we're going to do is we're actually going to have tabs. So I'm going to, how do I have this set up? Oh, I think I have it set up like A-N. Yeah. So now we have real tabs. And like, what are real tabs? Tabs are collections of windows. So now you can see that we have 2 tabs open. Now tabs, you should have less tabs open because they're just kind of viewports into things that you're working on. And the way that you really should be thinking about it is like, oh, okay, well, imagine that I'm working on the init.lua. Imagine I'm working on init.lua and Copilot, like these 2 files. So maybe I want to move between those contexts, right? But sometimes maybe I want like a split view of those contexts just to see them side by side. So I'll do something like VS here, and then I'll do Copilot, open it up here, and then I'll do init.lua, open it up here. And now I have a tab where they're both next to each other. And then I can switch back over here, and then I can, like, you know, be doing other things and blah, 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 you know, and then I can go back and see these 2 files like next to each other, right? This is also useful. Sometimes I'll use this with like a README. So like if we I don't have a README here. So we do readme.md like this. We'll do like that, right? And we'll close this. And sometimes I'll just be like writing docs, you know, I'll be like writing some code and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, let me add this to the docs, you know, and then I'll just pop it over in the README. But I don't ever have like a million of these things open. Like I never have like all of every buffer that I have open. I now, when I'm using tabs, I have this ability to control how many tabs are actually up here. And it never really ends up getting out of hand. So this is something that I use pretty often. It's just another way I do things. So let's close that. I'm looking through some of the comments here. Happy New Year, Chris. Back to fiddling with Neovim. Only once. We're not doing this again for a while. Would now have their .config open. Yeah. There's not much of a difference. Yeah. .files were copy paste. NVim. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Recently migrated from Packer to Lazy. Loving it so far. Yeah, I definitely recommend using Lazy over Packer. Can I explain the spec function? The spec function is super simple. It is literally just inserting specs into a list or a table, right? And then we take that table and we give it to Lazy. That's it. That's like the long and short of it. That's really all we're doing. What it allows us to do is have one file where we can see each of our plugins laid out for us like this. And then if we leverage the runtime stuff with the Lua language server a little bit, then we can do stuff like this, where we can GD and go to definition for each one of our specs. So I like that. And then if we did this, and if I had a big stupid buffer line thing at the top here with all my buffers, I would have a million buffers opened up for me right now. You can see that they're open in Telescope. Look at them. They're terrible. It's messy and noisy and it's trash. You don't want it. So what's better is Harpoon and the occasional actual real tabs. That's my opinion. All right, so let's keep going. Another thing I like to do is smooth scrolling. So let's add smooth scrolling. So I have Neo Scroll that I use. And we're probably going to start moving a little bit faster through some of these plugins just so I can kind of show off different things. But for this one, we're also going to keep this in extras. So we're going to do extras and we're going to do Neo Scroll. Okay, like that. And then I'm going to go and just add this here. Extras, we're going to do Neo Scroll. All right, and what are we doing? We're just adding the plugin. We have a config. I am remapping key. You know, I found that if I use like the vim.set key map, it had like some bugs. So I actually like pass like literal vim commands, like, you know, the no recursive map here and the visual no recursive map here. So I just found that I had to do it that way. And now I like to do Control J and K to go up and down. I just feel like it's more ergonomic for me to press Control J and Control K to move up and down and scroll through a file. So now I can kind of scroll like this, and it just makes my life so much easier. I don't ever really find myself wanting to press Control U and Control D. So if we go to like a longer file here, if I go to the LSP config file, scroll down like this, which I really like. And you can scroll up like that. Now let's take a look at another one. Illuminate. Illuminate is probably, I don't know, not everyone's going to want to illuminate, but I think it's nice. So we'll add this and we'll do illuminate.lua like that. And whoops. It's funny how you mock buffer lines. I am like, I want to start a movement like anti-buffer line. Don't put buffers in your, don't put them up there. Don't do it. Just don't do it. You're wrong. You know what? Objectively, you're wrong if you do it. It's it's non-negotiable. We're not putting buffers in the buffer line anymore. You know how some people are like really against trees in Neovim? Like I'm really, really, really against buffer lines. Anyway, let's, what was I doing? Oh yeah, Illuminate. Illuminate's a simple one. It just, shows you like, well, you'll see, it's almost self-explanatory. So we're just going to pass it here. The hard part about Illuminate is that you have to kind of have this big long deny list. But I don't know, it adds a little flair. So now, if we're, you know, we'll go to like LSP config here, and you'll see like, see how it highlights it? I'll kind of scroll in. It highlights the word under your cursor, but it does it smart. It does it like, it's smart enough to know like, it does it based on the language server. So yeah, so you can see like buffer number is highlighted there, like Vim's highlighted there, API, so on and so forth, right? So that's how we can do that. Requires highlighted, specs highlighted, the string is highlighted. There you go. What is the best tree file explorer to use? I use NVim tree. I think NeoTree is probably fine too, but I will say that I really like, I like Oil. I don't know if you guys have ever used that, but it's very neat. So let's install Oil really fast, and then maybe we'll do a fun plugin after Oil. I don't know why that didn't. Let's do Oil. Yeah, there it is. All right, so let's grab this one. Extras, and we'll do oil.lua in there. I'm going to go like this. I'm just going to give it the floating window like a particular size, and whenever I press the hyphen key in normal mode, that's when it's going to open it up, okay? So now we're going to go back here, spec user.extras.oil. All right, we're going to install it. And now we press it, and there you go. And now we have like this kind of interesting thing where I can like add a bunch of different files and directories, and like I can kind of like add them all at once. So if I wanted to add like under this directory, I could do like test.lua something.py test.js, right? And then I can save this, you know, and then they're there. So now if I go inside of Lua and then next to user, you can see I got something.py, test.js, test.lua. It's kind of cool. I think it's kind of neat that I can do that. And so what I like to use it for is, because I try not to use the tree, like if I don't have to. If you are going to use the tree, let me also give you another tip. And I found this tip on Twitter. If you are using the tree, all right, you can see that we're in like this tree context over here. Notice that I actually keep my relative line numbers. And the reason that I do that is because, like, okay, what if I want to get all the way down to launch here, or lazy, right? Like I'm up here on this Copilot file, right? Like I come over here, all right. And now I want to come down to telescope. Well, what you might be doing is this. Or maybe you're holding it and then you get down to telescope, right? But that sucks. Or maybe you're doing space G and then you like go up, right? But that also sucks. So instead of that, we can do 24, or you do, 24, J, enter, right? If I want to go up here to JSON LS, right? I could do 18K, enter. See how nice that is? So I don't have to like go like this, right? I can just like, when I'm in this tree context and I want to select a file, I do, say I want to select Neo scroll up there, I do 23K, enter, right? And it's just nice to move through the tree like that. But if you don't want to use a tree, then sometimes you just have the context right here with oil. So oil opens up in, it doesn't care about like your project level context, it cares about your directory level context. So like I'm in whatever, I'm in this, you know, it tells me what path I'm in, .config vim lua user extras. So then I can do like tabby, right? I can come down here and do like this. And again, it's like a buffer. So like I can use this and I can like edit it and I can add as many directories and files and all that kind of stuff as I want, which I really like that. Let me also really quick add some auto commands because I never got around to adding the auto commands. So auto commands is not going to be a spec. It's going to be just something I require. And we're going to call it auto CMDs like that, I guess. We'll do that. We'll do that. And do auto commands like this. I'm just going to grab all these and I'll talk about what they are. Auto cmd.lua. Whoops. This one's useful. Why is this one useful? Because sometimes you're doing a comment like this and then you press O and then, oh shit, it gave me another comment, which some people might like that. I freaking hate that. So this thing is going to get rid of that. You can't actually pass it as a option, because even if you do pass it as an option, if you set the format options and you don't do it with a auto command, there's actually like another auto command in Neovim that will automatically like reset this. So you have to do it this way. I like to press Q to close a lot of different types of windows, and that's what this does. So if the file type is netrw or any of these other guys, if I press Q, it closes it. So right now, if I have oil open, right, if I just have oil open, I press Q, nothing happens. I want it to like close that window. Let's see here. This is Command Win. I think that's when I like enter like this weird queue thing. I don't know. And I don't like that weird menu that I get into. So whenever I open it, I think it just quits. I think that's what that's for. This is good for keeping consistent sizes for buffers. This is good for when you enter something, you get all of the new updates. This is good for right now. You see I'm yanking this line, but I'm not getting any highlight feedback. This is going to give me some quick highlight feedback that I yanked a line. This is setting wrap and spell for git commit and markdown. And this is an interesting one. If you're using Lua snip, sometimes you might encounter some really weird behavior because you might be in the middle of a snippet. And if you're in the middle of a snippet and you don't complete the snippet, then you might accidentally press the tab key later on, and then it'll just shoot you all over the file and confuse the shit out of you. So this is like kind of like a nice thing. Like if I do forget to complete a snippet, and then like I'm in some other context, as long as like at some point I leave my cursor somewhere for like a second, then it'll just kill that snippet context that I was in. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, just trust me that it's useful. All right, and so yeah, now if I open like oil, I can press Q, and then just some other niceties that are in those auto commands. Holding J takes me almost as fast down and up. Don't hold J, trust me. I have some bad habits in Neovim that I've cultivated over the years, and I wish I didn't have them. Get out of the habit of holding J. One thing that I really like that almost seems like I might be doing J or something like that is the scrolling that I'm doing right now. Right, so it's kind of like if I'm doing control down and up. But it's much better. It's much faster. So like if I'm in a long file, I can scroll through it like really fast. And then once I am in a viewport that I want to be in, then I try to use like a relative line number and like jump over to that thing, whatever it might be. Control D, yeah, Control D and Control K. That's the Control J and Control K is what I have mapped to Control D and Control U. So when you see me doing this, this is the same thing as Control D and Control U. It's just that I have Neo scroll, so I get this smooth scroll. All right. All right, let's do, I mean, there's boring ones like get signs and things like that. I mean, we can always do those. But let's do something a little more interesting. Let's do folds. Found this really cool way to do folds. This is going to be another plugin where it's going to be super complicated. You're going to look at it. You're going to be like, what the hell is going on there? I'm not going to explain it right now. But again, these are files you can just drop into your config and you can just use them. You don't even have to think about how it works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another, well, we're going to try to use oil here. So I'm going to go, we'll do 6, I'll go inside here. And then I'm going to do, it's called UFO. So we're going to do UFO.lua. All right, and we're going to go like this. I'm going to paste that in there. You just got to trust me. And then we're going to require it as a spec. User.extras.ufo. And we're going to start it up. Okay. And so now we have folds. Or we should have folds. Yeah. Once the language server turns on, we have folds. So you see all these little arrows there? We can get really cool folds. We just press ZA. ZA, 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 ZA. And now we got all these nice folds. Right? And so this has been the most intuitive way that I have been able to use folds so far in Neovim. I've been trying to use folds for a while. And I just, it never really felt intuitive. It never really had like a good UI to me, at least personally. But using UFO, I really like this plugin for folds. And so I've actually been using folds a lot more often. So you can see how many lines are actually in the fold, like this, right? And we can kind of see them. And then we can do something like Z capital R, open them all up. And we can do Z capital M and close them all. You know, and you can kind of see all these different contexts and things. So yeah, big fan of this. You can do it inside of there like that, you know. You can do like, you know, like subfolds kind of things. Like I can get rid of all these right here. So that's kind of nice. Since status column is merged, we can have epic things in the folds too. Yeah. And so that's what I'm assuming. Well, I'm not really even sure. Honestly, I don't really know. I mean, I'm sure folds goes deeper. I just learned like about UFO and some of the other cool stuff that folds can do recently. I really like this ability to know how many lines are inside the fold too. And I really like the ability to like set everything as folded and then set everything as unfolded. Because it's just nice. Sometimes you'll be in a file, you just want to be like, okay, what are all the functions in this file? You know, and you just fold everything up. Like, what am I working with in this file? Like, what is all the top level stuff? And like, you can also see like, if this was a function, like a long function, you can see like, oh, this function has like 50 lines in it. So I might want to refactor that function and like break it apart or something, you know? So something that you might want to do. And then you can work on one thing at a time too. So like, it's like, all right, I can close everything. And then it's like, okay, I just want to work on the toggle inlay hints function. So you just open it up here, work on it, close it up, come over here, open this one up, take a look at it, you know what I mean? So it's kind of nice. Open them up. There you go. All right, so that was a neat one. I think every now and like now we can probably start doing some cool ones. I'll probably just add, well, we do get signs in NeoGit. They're kind of neat too, but they're not like super new to me. How about Lab? I don't know if anyone's ever used that. I still have a lot of viewers right now, so I guess I'll keep doing this. I was gonna stop, like, if people stopped watching, I was gonna like, you know, whatever. But I still have like 70 something people watching, which is a lot, like for me. So I think I guess we'll keep going. So let's do lab.nvim. That's like a neat one that I've been playing around with lately. So we're going to go over the config here. And these are extras. I won't like include these as like the base config stuff. But let's do lab. Okay. It's a simple plugin to set up for like the cool little features that it has. So let's do, okay, we're going to do, and also, if anyone has any interest in some Tailwind tips for working with Tailwind, let me know, and then maybe I'll go over the Tailwind stuff too. So, okay, we're going to do this, do that, and we're going to do lab.lua, save that. I don't know why I didn't open it up. I'm gonna toss this stuff. It's not really super useful. All right, and oh yeah, I forgot to include it. Spec user.extras.lab. That'll install it for us. And now what we're going to do is let's just create like a little like a TypeScript file, I guess. Do like index.ts. Okay. And now we'll do, I don't know. I don't even think about it. Let's do function test console.log test. Or we'll do a return. Let's do, we'll do like add. Okay, and we'll do A number, B number, and then we'll do, you know, return A plus B. Okay, and so you can see we don't have like the inlay hints and all that kind of stuff right now, but I'll add inlay hints to TypeScript later. Great stream, dude. It'd be great if you could repeat it more in the future. Well, I plan to do like individual plugin reviews in the future, but this one's going to be like more. Right now, I'm doing a couple goofy plugins just because I think they're fun to do. But this one is going to be hopefully like a reference stream that people can use for the rest of the year to like set this stuff up. I don't know. This has to be somewhat useful. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do add. All right, and we're going to say, well, we'll do const. We'll call it sum, I guess. There you go. Is that, and then we'll do console.log sum. Okay. And so now, if I do like bun run index.ts, there you go. You got the sum, right? But imagine that I don't want to do that, right? Imagine that I don't like. I could like open up like a terminal here, and I could do like bun run. I could run it in the terminal too, right? You get the answer. But imagine that I don't want to do it in there. So let's close that. Imagine that I just want to see it in here. So we can do lab code run. There you go. So now I could change this to like 8 and save, and you can see it updates with 11. I can change this to like 11 and save, updates to 19, and yeah. So you could kind of think like if you're like prototyping some function here, or if you're like trying to learn algorithms maybe or something like that, this can be kind of neat. And you can even see like if we do console. Why can't I type console. Sometimes when I see like the stuff like laid out there, it like makes me type slower. I have no idea why that is. A, right? So I'll save, and you can actually see A is 8. Okay, cool. And console.log B. What's B? B's 11, right? And so you can actually console.log within the function too. And again, it'll change as I change this. So if I change this to like a 3, there you go. So I think that's kind of neat. That looks like a cursed VS Code color scheme. It is a cursed VS Code color scheme. I've been working on it for a while though, so I think it looks pretty nice. I have like weird things supported in this color scheme that like I doubt other color schemes have supported, like special semantic language server stuff for particular languages and stuff. So do you use a tiling window manager? I was using a tiling window manager for a while. I just haven't been able to reset up a lot of my Linux stuff lately. I only have a MacBook right now. So I don't have like any other machine. So I have nothing to really run Linux on. Like I have my old System 76 laptop, but it just can't handle streams like this MacBook can. Yeah, the lab one is definitely cool. Eventually, I do plan to come back to Arch and Hyperland at some point, yes. All right, so let's keep going. What else we got? We'll probably do some basic stuff now that we kind of went over that. All right, we'll do one other stupid one. You guys ever use a cellular automaton? This is a neat one. All right. We'll do init.lua here. And we're going to include a spec user.extras cellular automaton. Yes, like that. Okay. And we'll come up here and add cellular autom. How do you spell this? Ton.lua. Add that. I must have spelled it wrong, but who's surprised? Cellular auto. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, okay, I see where I spelled it wrong. All right. install that one. And we'll open up that index file again. And now, like, if you get like frustrated with your code, you can just do, oh no, it didn't work. How come it didn't work? What do you mean? Argument required. Since when is an argument required? I guess there has to be some sort of argument. Oh, I thought I heard something. Anyway, yeah, you know, that's kind of funny, I think. Make it rain. There's another one called Scramble, which is kind of funny. And then there's another one called Game of Life. You can kind of watch them like all eat. I think this is one of the funniest plugins. And it's just kind of neat. Anyway. How I could make an auto command to run Mason install all at the start of Neovim. That's not something you'd want to do. You just want to put ensure installed inside of Mason. I'm also on Mac OS and use Ubuy. Have you heard about it? Yeah, I've heard about it. But honestly, I don't think that I need much more than just Alt-Tab when I'm on Mac. Like, I just literally Alt-Tab between things, and it pretty much works just fine. And then, like, if I want to move between instances of the same thing, I just press Command tilde. And that pretty much handles, like, most scenarios for me. Okay, we got that. Auto pairs is kind of boring, but we can install auto pairs, I guess. Uh-oh. Am I having like a freezing moment here? Eyeliner's kind of nice too. This is another simple to set up one that I think is actually pretty useful. So we'll keep it in the extras. Eyeliner.lua. It's like Quickscope, but it's written in Lua. So if you ever used Quickscope before, see? So it'll just highlight the first letter of a word so that we can jump to that word. So if I press like M, I'm going to jump to that, right? And I can just like cut it and, you know, do whatever I got to do. So it's kind of nice if you're, you know, you want to jump to something. You want the fastest way to kind of jump to that thing. This will all be updated in the repo later on. I'll probably upload it tonight. This is going to be a pretty long stream, though. I mean, we're getting there. I want to get through some of the other basics, though. Again, so let's do testing. I don't know, testing something that a lot of people want, right? So we can do testing. So let's go take a look at Neo test. I'm actually going to put this in the core config because I feel like this is core. But even if it's not core, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, again, you can just go through and delete these files if you don't want them. So we're going to do neotest.lua. We're going to paste this there. All right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to init.lua there, and we're going to put it here. So we're going to say spec user.neotest, like that. Start it up. And I need something that's using vi. I was learning a little bit about types recently from, so I didn't buy the course because I can't, well, yeah, I can't really, I will say it, I can't afford a $590 course. But there's a cool course out there called Total TypeScript. And I was kind of just going through all like the little the little like challenges and stuff like that. Now I remember the little beginner one that's like really easy to go through. But it has some tests that we can use. To kind of like test out our testing abilities here. Let's do npm. Let's do bun I. No? Alright, then let's do npm I. Yuck, I hate using npm. Actually, I think that ended up... I think I have npm alias to pnpm, so that's probably why it even was as fast as it was. And now let's open this up. I know there's tests in here somewhere when I was playing around with it. Okay, here we go. We got a test. What is this? Oh, implicitly any. Yeah, so we want to change that to like number like this and number like that. So that'll make the error go away. And now we could do space T and test nearest. And it says no test found. Reason for that. Oh, I know why that is. So you have to name the file in a very specific way. So we would have to go into source here, and we would have to do number problem.ts and then number problem.ts, and then we would do like dot test.ts. Right? And now if I do space TT, and it failed. Why did it fail? I feel like it shouldn't have failed. No test files found. This feels like it's correct. It feels like that test should have passed. Oh, VI test is not executable. Interesting. You would have thought that I would have installed that there. But I guess we could do npm I flag g vi test. Let's do pnpm setup. Okay. And now if I do npm I vi test. Alright, well this is starting to annoy me. Maybe I should just use npm. Unable to find that. PNPM setup to create it automatically. Set up a global bin directory, blah, 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 blah. Maybe I need to reopen my terminal here. That probably might be it. Now let's do npm that. Now this isn't the ideal way that you would do this, but you know, it will work. Why didn't it work? It should work. I literally just had this working like recently, like I don't know. I think maybe what we should do and then what I'll do is config zsh aliases. What? Oh. And let's stop aliasing that for now. All right, and now let's do npm I. Now we're using actual npm. I would assume this should fix it. Hopefully. Yeah, okay. Now we have testing working. So I guess the moral of the story is if you want to use this, you probably shouldn't be using pnpm because pnpm, the way that it works is it puts all of your dependencies in like a single place, like not actually in the node modules folder, and then like it's symlinks, and then I guess throughout all that bullshit, it somehow loses the ability to like reference binary files, because the way that you typically would reference a binary file would be to go into node modules.bin like that. And so now we can see that in here is vi test. So for some reason, it seems if you use pnpm, that binary will not be available to you. And I'm almost 100% certain that that is how this testing plugin works, is it goes and finds that right there. So that's a little gotcha that might, bother you in the future. But anyway, you got testing, so that's kind of nice that testing works. Hey, how's it going, Andrew? How do you folder icons when running ls? LSD? No, it's actually exa, but I don't think exa is even a thing anymore. Do I use toggle term? I guess we could do toggle term. Hey, Chris, is this for Launch.nvim? Yes, this is Launch.nvim. All right, so there's testing. Testing's like easy, right? And so like, okay, let's go take a look at how I did that. You do neo test, and for this we were using Vite test. And so to get Vite test to work, we added neo test Vite test, right? And that you can see I got other languages here like Python, Plenary, Rust, Zig, Bash, whatever, right? But for instance, this is us using Vite test. And then all you do is you bind a command. In this case, I used which key, and I binded it to leader TT, and that'll test the nearest test. And so you just do like neotest.run.run. We could also do it with DAP if we wanted to, with the debug adapter stuff. I don't have that done right now, but we could set that up, I guess. And then these are just all the adapters, right? So you would just set up the adapters. The adapter for the one I just did was the neo test Vite test. So that's how I got that working. Yeah, easy A is the fork maintain of exa, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be the same thing for pretty much everything. It'll be the same thing for like Rust. That's all you got to do is just pass it down here as an adapter for the most part. You do the same thing with whatever else, Python, whatever it is. And then you'll get it working. You should read the docs a little bit. If you want to read the docs for these kinds of things, it's pretty simple. You go to Neovim, Neo test. And there you go. You can read over this. This will explain a lot of the stuff to you. And yeah, so then you got a little testing framework. I mean, you probably didn't expect us to get all the way to testing, I mean, how many videos have you actually seen people like actually get testing working in Neovim? Especially after doing all the shit that we just did. So it's just really nice when we have this modular kind of config where we can just kind of pop modules in and out. We don't have to think that hard. And, this is going to be a useful module no matter what. Like, you just pull this into your config and that's it, As long as you have like, and you could just drop pieces too. Like, I fully expect you to like take this code, and like copy and paste the pieces that are useful to you. You actually using Mac OS? Yeah, for now I am. I needed something that would have a long battery life and that I could like work with outside, like at cafes or like out in the world. And like for a while I had a System 76 laptop, but it just, dude, the battery life just couldn't handle it. Like I couldn't bring it with me places, and also it would get really hot. It got so hot that the feet melted off the bottom. So I was like, you know what? Just give me something that is gonna, like, I know that it's gonna work. And again, these the new Apple Silicon chips are just like crazy. What's NeoTab? All right, we can do NeoTab just because you pointed it out. So let's grab NeoTab. and I'll explain what it does. I actually put a tweet out today about Neotab, so you can go take a look at that tweet, and you might get an idea from that too. But I don't know why I opened this up. I'll consider this an extra, so we're going to call this Neotab.lua. There you go. And so what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to easily tab out of different pairs. So the way this is going to work is we're going to also need to go edit CMP. And instead of fallback, we're going to call a different function here. So we're going to call the Neotab function. Neotab, like this. And we'll put that there, and we'll put it there. Now, I really should probably be doing a p call here, so I'll get rid of this when I go and do it later. But, you know, you can put that there. And then we'll go to init.lua, so we'll just, you know, do spec user.extras neotab. All right, and now let's do something like this. I'm just going to make it a comment. All right. And now if I tab through this, oops, see how I tab in, tab to the end, tab out. Tab to the next thing, tab in, tab out. Tab to the next thing, tab out. And then now it's just going to behave like regular tab. Right? So this is nice because if I'm here and I want to just tab out, I can just tab out of the function, right? If I'm in the console log, I just press tab twice, and then I can put like a semicolon. So like if I'm, you know, for whatever reason, if I'm here, tab out. That's kind of like, because you almost never want to like tab inside here. Like you almost never really want to do that. Like if you, like you pretty much always want to put like a comma and then a space. So it's just nice, you can just press the tab key and like just jump out of that context. I mean, the heat by the laptop is a feature, it'll come in handy in the winter. Yeah, maybe one day. No, I'm telling you, like the feet melted off. And the battery kind of blew a big bubble too. And I had a pixel die. And all the paint, it got so hot that the paint melted off the laptop. And I was just like, bro, I want to support Linux and System 76 and all these things, but like I have work to do. I got to get shit done, you know? I got to make content. I got to make money. I got to do stuff. I don't have time for fucking my laptop setting on fire and melting on my lap. You know what I mean? Like I don't have time. I just don't have time for bullshit like that. So yeah. It's a little harsh reality, but it's just like, you know, these, you know, big tech, Apple, whatever companies, like, they make better shit. And it's not even close. So, yeah, tab out, kind of nice. Found that today. Big fan. I am going to not use that, like, by default, though, in this file. I'll leave it there as a comment so that you can use it if you want. Let's do 19J. Boom, 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 boom. So just uncomment those in the future. All right, let's see. Let's do a boring one because we've done ones that aren't boring. So let's do. We got to do like get signs. All right, this is get signs. It's nice to have, but it's, you know, I've had it for so long. It's like I can't imagine not having it, but it's not like I'm like wowed by it anymore. So we're gonna do spec user.get signs like this, but I would consider it to be a core plugin. Get signs.lua. Paste that in there. It will fire when we enter the buffer. This is the name of the plugin by Lewis6991. I always appreciate like usernames that are just like, you know, some name and then just like some number at the end. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like they were just like, fuck it. I'm just going to use whatever name. So yeah, it'll either fire on the event buff enter or command get signs. We're going to use our icons here, and we got this stupid freaking emoji thing from macOS. That's one big problem with macOS. And yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is just basic ass config for it. You can look it up. The only thing I do really change is the signs, because I like to use like just lines. I like to use simple lines, like simple bold lines, like these. Right, you and Elcarve got me to fall in love with MacBooks, not gonna lie. Oh, dude, they're great. They're just in a different class. How long does the battery last? I don't know, all day. Sometimes I'll leave my laptop on at night in the bed, like I'll be watching something, and I'll just like pass out, like fall asleep, and it's like it's still playing like 7 hours later in the morning. And it's not even hot. It's not even hot. It's like cold. Like I'll touch it and it's like walking into a cold shower, you know? Like if it touches like my thigh or something like that, I'm like, oh shit, that's cold. You know? It's never like I'm burning something, or like it's not like I have like a mobile heater in my lap or something like that. It's never like that. It's a different kind of machine. Like, you know, I mean, I'm not trying to be like a fanboy here I mean, I kind of am though. Like, I'll be honest. It's just different. I wish it weren't the case. You would think like a bunch of techie nerds would be good at making laptops and shit, but like they're just not. It's the big evil companies who are good at this thing. Hack font. I use a Geist Mono. That's the font I'm using in this stream right now. Apple hardware is insane. It didn't always be. It wasn't always that way though. Their Intel MacBooks were not really that great. Now the shell was always really nice, but like the, you know, it still had its problems. Okay. So yeah, get signs, nothing, you know. I put signs. Forget. So, yeah. Like if we go to this project, which is in a GitHub repo, we open this up and we go like that. Oh, look, there's a sign there. There you go. Right? It'll be green if you add a new line. It'll be a red situation if you delete something, and it'll be a blue dotted guy if you change something. See? Yep. Let's get signs. It does other stuff. Like you can stage hunks, move between things, preview changes, but I rarely use those features. Although they are nice. Sometimes I do move between the hunks. I actually do think that's nice. What do you think about Takuya Matsuyami Vim settings? I don't know what that is. I'll look it up. Can you make custom MV Chad? I don't know. I can't make custom MV Chad. Lately, I've been kind of rethinking how best to do a Neovim config, and I think that this launch method is my favorite way. I think that it's probably the best move at this point. I think Neovim is maturing to a certain level to where, I don't know. I think using something like launch is the move for most people. Oh, this guy. I know Takuya. I don't know how to say his name. Takuya Matsuyama. I know who he is. The Inkdraft guy. He's got aesthetics down. And he's got my laptop too, the MacBook Air M2. He's a man of taste. I didn't feel like. Let's read this really quick. MacBook Air is my sub machine. As you may know, I'm running a small business called InkDrop, so having a secondary computer is crucial in case the main machine breaks down. I must be available. Well, whatever. I must be available for providing user support and dealing with. Just say you wanted a nice laptop that's like light and to walk around with. I didn't feel like buying another beefy computer like the M1 Max MacBook Pro, so I decided to get the M2 MacBook Air. It's less powerful than the Pro, but sufficient for looking into servers. Dude, it's sufficient for... I'm streaming on it right now. I work on it all day. I don't know who the hell needs a Pro. What's the differences and advantages between native Neovim LSP and non-LS null LS? The native LSP handles language servers, and the non-LS allows you to hook other binaries into the native language server API that Neovim provides. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, then I don't really know how better to explain it. Basically, you can use the native LSP format API through Neovim to format using like a formatting binary like Prettier or Black or something like that, rather than having to use some other custom command to run that formatter. So it's a really powerful concept using null ls or none ls. It is for formatters and linters, but not only you could set it up to work with like a full-on language server, and it can have completions. It can do all kinds of weird shit. You can do code actions too. It's but you can generally just think that it's for formatters and linters. That's fine. And LSP to autocomplete and snippets. Yeah. Yeah, you can think of it like that. It's fine to think of it like that. Yeah, anyway, this guy, he knows how to do aesthetics, very comfy. He knows how to do comfy stuff. I appreciate that. In a non-comfy world, it's nice to see people doing comfy stuff. What else is going on? Probably should do auto pairs. I have this super complicated auto pairs set up here. It's actually not that complicated, but I will probably just simplify it a little bit. Auto pairs.lua. We'll keep that. We'll just leave that. Whatever. Enable after quote. Yeah, I don't really care. We don't really need all this junk. Alright, that makes it nice and simple. Spec user.auto pairs, boom, boom, boom. Okay, yeah. It'll install it for us. And now if we open up, there we go, some parens. There you go. Can you please show us how you organized your Mac OS? I really haven't done much with it. There's nothing really to organize. Yeah, I mean, really, I just installed a bunch of apps. I used WesTerm. I didn't really do anything else. I moved between my things with Alt or Command Tab and Command tilde. Like that's mainly it. And then sometimes I'll just like blow things up and select them like that. Yes. Does the event lazy loading still work with the spec method? Yes. Yeah, I mean, we're doing, dude, it's all the same thing. It's no different. The only thing that we're doing differently is we're just taking all these specs and putting it in one big list and then passing it to lazy. So it's functionally the exact same thing. Hello, so early morning here, though I joined as I am practicing making my own NVim config, as no pre-built config, MV or similar, is not working properly in Windows. Well, your first problem is that you're using Windows. So the solution to that would be either to get off Windows or to get Windows Subsystem for Linux, WSL. And then after that, if you're just starting, I don't know. I mean, I feel like what I'm doing is a little bit intermediate, I would say. Some pieces are like advanced. If you're just starting, I think getting a handle on kickstart.nvim is probably the best move. And then when you have a handle on kickstart.nvim and you want to like learn more shit, you can watch this stream over a few times. Without snippets? What's without snippets? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend just running linters and formatters. All right. So, all right, what's next? LS, illuminate, telescope. There's telescope tabs, but that's not really super important. We got the auto pairs thing. We got comments. We got that. NeoGit's something that I use. I have really no good reason to show off NeoGit right now because I don't have like a repository or anything. I do recommend that you use NeoGit though because it's nice. Kind of trying to figure out like where am I right now? Like with all this, okay? We're gonna go over here. This is gonna be like my test file. This is gonna be that, and then we'll go to NeoGit. NeoGit.lua. You can probably ignore a lot of the stuff that's in here. I just have some signs. We're not going to use it with diffview right now. Yeah, that's probably fine. And so then you can open it with leader GG. Let's actually, I guess I'll open in this file. All right, and so now we'll do spec user dot and neo git. Open up that stupid thing again. And now if we could go over to like a repository, we make a change, right? And then if we save the file and make the change, you can see that we have an unstaged change. Then we can press like S and stage it, and then we can press C, put a commit message, save the commit message, and then do capital P and then push. Yeah, that's how you would do it. And then we can discard this with X and get rid of that commit. It opens up in a tab, and you can see tabby opens up too, so that we can, you know, if you want to keep NeoGit up and like keep a track of everything you're doing and like take a look at it in the other tab, you can do that. I really like this intermediate stuff. Yeah, I think the intermediate stuff is like underserved. Like I feel like that middle ground of like doing anything. Like I've been trying to like lately to like learn like middle like because I started learning TypeScript. Well, last year I started learning TypeScript, and I feel like I'm ready for like that advanced like high intermediate advanced kind of TypeScript at this point. And very little like actual tutorials out there that are good. I'm so tired of like learning like, oh, this is a type and here's how you type functions. I want to learn like infer. I want to learn like template types, like all the weird kind of stuff that's there. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. But nobody teaches it. Nobody teaches it really like that well that I've seen like on YouTube and stuff like that. It's a way to sort telescope results by change time. I don't know. Getlinker.nvim. Yeah, we have Getlinker. You can set up Getlinker. It's kind of neat. Let's pass that one in. I still think it's kind of an extra though. Trust me. I mean, it's almost like at this point, like if you've heard of a plugin, like I've heard of it, and I've played around with it. So here's a config for that. We can get rid of this mapping. This is from the old one. Yeah. This is like just the way that it works. It's fine though. We don't really need that there. Spec user dot extras dot get linker. We'll install that. And now, if I open this up and I do space GY, oh, how come it didn't like open it up in like a... I would have expected that to like open it up like in like the actual browser. That's what it used to do. 1 second. Yeah, how come it didn't? I don't want that. Yeah, this will probably be the main config for this year. I don't think I'm going to see a lot of need to change anything I'm doing here. There's a fork of this, which I think is this. Yeah, it gives me the permalink. I wanted to open this stupid permalink, though. Oh, I guess you have to put the parenthesis? Or parenthesis. Exclamation point. Weird. I don't remember having to do that before. There you go. You didn't see it, but it opened it up over here. Maybe if I pull this over here and I'll do another one. See how it opens it up and gives me that link there? I want it to stop opening there though. Maybe if I do false for these. Yeah, there you go. See? And I just open it right up for you. Go over to which key, for instance, and we were like, okay, I want to see this particular line over on GitHub. Boom. And you got the permalink. You can just copy it right there, and you can send it over to someone. I evangelize LVIM at my college. Nice. I have a presentation in Open LVIM. Everyone goes crazy. It's funny because it looks like a hacker setup for them. That's hilarious. I don't know very much of it, but it seems Windows Neovim Scooper wouldn't get... Yeah, I don't know anything about Windows. People need to start evangelizing Launch now. That's the next thing to be evangelized. But if you use it with a VS Code color scheme, no one's going to be impressed. The hacker part is like, you got to use like Tokyo Night or something like that. Because if you just use it with a VS Code color scheme, people are just going to think it's VS Code. Alpha, that's a good one. Hopefully I can simplify this one a little bit too. We'll give it the cool launch one. I made like a rocket ship. I like put this one together. In it. Oh, now we can just do this. And now we got the cool launch splash screen here. Now, if we want to open up a particular project from here, we're probably going to need to actually install that plugin. So now we'll install the projects plugin, spec user.projects. I'll call it project maybe. .lua. All right, so now if you open up Neovim, you just want to open up your projects. You can be like, all right, let me do that. Let me open up my resolver project that I'm working on, and then like the layout file, and then boom. And then you can switch between different projects as well. So you could do something like, let's open up like a new tab here. And we're going to find a project, and we'll do like NVIM or something like that. And we'll do a file in here. All right, and then we can move between our different projects. So we got this project here. And come over here, we got this project here. And, oh, whoops. I switched. I didn't mean to do that. So yeah. So then we can just switch between our different projects. So you can have two projects open at once. And then something even cooler is you could just mark different files here. And just kind of, well, I guess actually it won't work across projects with Harpoon. So actually it's kind of even nice because like all the stuff in Harpoon in each project will be scoped to the project, which is actually pretty good. I thought it might be cool to like move between different ones. But actually I think this is probably actually better. It's kind of nice that it actually scopes it to the particular project. Me and my friends started using Launch.nvim because of your channel. Best tutorials on YouTube I found. Nice, thank you. Is there a way to? Yeah. So yeah, so projects are kind of cool. I like being able to do that. See if we got anything else here. I mean, I think this was like most of what I wanted to show. I feel like this is a lot of stuff. One thing that's nice too, actually, kind of underrated, is being able to use Tab 9. Tab 9 is like a really simple thing. It's for free too. It's like this free little AI you can pop in there. Codium I know some people use Codium, but tab 9 I've been using for a while, and it's great for just like simple, just small suggestions. They have like a more powerful one too, which I haven't really used as much as, again, because I've had Copilot for free for so long. But, you know, one second. Get me out of here. What? All right, yeah, now we can do this. And, yeah, so we could just do like user extras, and we'll do tab 9.lua. Pop this in here. Super simple config. Almost nothing. You just have to add it. And then if we go add it here, spec. It's like if you just want some simple AI completions. Should come up with something. I mean, even if it's not. Oh, okay. This is it right here. I just don't have any things in CMP for it. So like if we go back to CMP really quick, and like where we're doing here, I'll add it back in some stuff here now that maybe we're a little bit more comfortable. Where's the emoji stuff? Okay, yeah, we're gonna add an entry source for this. So CMP. All right, let's grab tab 9. There's one for Copilot that I have in here as well. And then I have like some highlights too. I don't know where the hell they are. Oh, here we go. And we'll just put them at the top of the function here. And we'll just put the emoji one and tab 9. Or maybe we'll keep Copilot. And now, there we go. So like those pink little robots are tab 9 suggestions. And now also we'll have yellow smiley face for our emojis. It works with no API and no account, yeah. Yeah, you just install it as far as I know. Works for me at least. I don't know if it works offline. According to your last year's video, I'm using Packer, but now you changed to lazy.nvim. Any good advantages to use over? Well, Packer's not supported anymore, so that's one good big reason. Another good reason is this spec with this way of doing things. I really like the the concept of co-locating the plugin and then also its config, because then I can just comment it out and get rid of it entirely. Maybe we could have done that in Packer. I never really did do that in Packer, but that could have just been like the fact that I was just like stupid. Yeah, some basic features are there from tab 9 for free, which is nice. That's why I like to use it. Oh, we didn't do indent line. Indent line's a neat one. I might actually keep this one like on that commit. Yeah, because we'll do spec user dot indent. Let's call it indent line like that. Save that. We'll do like this code, and you can see now we have these little lines there. It's kind of nice. And they actually light up depending on the context that you're in. See? Yeah, so that's kind of nice too. I do like the lines personally. I really like to be able to see like what level of indentation I'm at. Toggle term's another one. This is another one where it's kind of just like you kind of just have to trust me with the config that I have here. It's not like it's super complicated. You can read through it, but I don't feel like kind of like explaining it right now. So let me, I'll set that one up too. Toggle term.lua. And then I'll show you how I have it set up so that you can open stuff. Spec. All right, now we installed that. And so now if you do option or Alt 1, it'll open up one at the bottom there. If you do Alt 2, it'll open one over there on the right. And if you do Alt 3, it'll open up a floating one right there in the center. So I like to use them for different things, just depending on like what I'm doing. Very often I'll just open up the floating one and do some operation and then close it. Sometimes I do like to open up like a separate terminal in another tab though. So that's another thing I also like to do, but you don't need toggle term for that. Toggle term, mostly I use it for this. I almost never use this low terminal, but it's there if you want it. I know some people, this is what they're like used to. Yeah, I might have to actually have to look back at that fix for indent line because I know indent line had there was some stupid problem. I can't remember what it was, but I remember just going screw it. I'm pinning it to this commit. I don't remember what the issue was. I think it was the highlight not working. I hate fighting with stupid things though. So like once it works, I'm just like, all right, pin it. I don't care. Tab 9 is freemium and premium. Yeah, there is a premium version of Tab 9 as well. I think I tried to get them to use like a highlight group once in their premium plugin, but I forget how that went. I think they were like hard coding a color versus like using a highlight group. I was like, maybe you should use the highlight group, and I got like a lot of pushback, and I was just like, all right, well, whatever. Let me see. Widget's kind of nice. If you want to see like what your language server's doing when it's spinning up. Start that up. Now, when I open up Neovim and open up my config, you can see I got this stuff over here telling me that it's loading the workspace. and that it's done. And now I know that my language server is like ready to go. So now I can actually get completions. Oh, better quick fix. If people are still here and paying attention, pay attention to this one. This is like one of the best. bqf.lua, boom. Not a lot of config here. You can look at the keys that I have set. But yeah, definitely pay attention to this one. This one is mind-blowingly good. Okay, so now if we go to, I think I put it in extras. It really shouldn't even be extras though. Spec user dot bqf or extras bqf. Yeah. All right, watch this. This one slaps. So if we do, let's look for, I don't know, like everything in extras, right? So we'll look for everything in extras, and then I'm going to do Control Q. I'm going to send all of that to a quick fix list. Okay. So already it's telling me like this is from Find Files, right? And then now it's like I can go through them, and then I can preview them. So I'm pressing P on top of this file, you see? And I'm previewing the file. Or I could do A, and then it'll automatically preview the files for me. I'll press enter and jump into it, and then come down here, and it's automatically previewing files for me. But I'll press A again and make that go away. And then imagine that it's like, oh, okay, you know, I mean, I've already gone through a couple of these. Now I can mark it with M. So I'll mark a few of them with M, and I'll press F, and I'll filter them away, right? And so now I can get a fine-grained control of what I have in my quick fix list here. So I can do like mark these ones, get rid of them, filter them with F, right? And then maybe mark these two and filter them with F, and then maybe these are the only two that I actually want to work with. So I really, really, really like this. And then at this point, if these are the only two files you really want to work with, you come in here, we'll set up Harpoon, right? And so we'll mark this file, come down here, we'll mark this file, right? Now we can close our quick fix list, and we can just move between them with Harpoon. So yeah, better quick fix is, that's just how I wish quick fix just worked in Neovim anyway. That's one of the best plugins that exists. It's so underrated. It's so great to be able to like search for things, you know, pop that in a quick fix, mark a bunch of them, filter them out, and then also preview what's in those. Love that. And it works with like anything you would throw in a quick fix. So like if we do like a GD here, or GR maybe, I don't know, something. Let's see. I need something that would, and my brain is kind of going at this point, so it's like, say if I do maybe GR. Yeah, here we go. See, and so I'm going to reference right now, but I still have the better quick fix, and it's letting me know that these are references, right? So I really like that. Have you built tab 9 config in this live? The other tab 9 config? The tab 9 is in this config, yeah. Like it's in it, yeah. See? 1 second. It eventually should come up. See, yeah, like all the pink robots, that's all tab 9. But this part is Copilot. And then I can press Control L and like, accept that. Colorizers, obviously a good one. I mean, we don't probably really need to go too much over colorizer. It just colors stuff. So if I add colorizer.lua, like that, spec user extras colorizer. And then if I put like, say, and then we do like that, and it colorizes it. What's really left? Dressing is nice, I guess. I don't really see it as mandatory, but you can see how this one works. Dressing.lua. Put that in there, in it, put that in here, spec, user extras dressing. And now, for instance, like if I wanted to create a file, it won't like put it down here in the command there. It'll like create this nice little thing up here. So it's a little floating window for that. So dressing is kind of nice. I think that's most of what I wanted to go over. There's some other ones. Matchup is really nice. Motivator is a cool little thing. It gives you like it like lights up. Like it's so simple, but like I don't know why I enjoy it. Like if you go to extras here, we'll add a motivator.lua. Oopsie daisy. Spec. And you can see it just like lights up the current line you're on and then also lets you know what mode you're in. So like if I go into insert mode, it turns green. If I go into visual mode, it turns purple. I don't know. It's stupid, but I don't know. I kind of just like it. I almost always have it set up. Will this be uploaded complete? I hope so. Which framework do you plan to rewrite your website with this year? I'm probably going to do it with Next.js only because I want to use their caching feature to cache Noster blogs. And then I want my blog to be all Noster powered. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Why can't you go to the very beginning of the live? I don't know. It would suck if you can't because we're going to lose tons of interesting stuff if that doesn't work. Do you enjoy Arch or macOS? I enjoy Arch better, but I enjoy Apple laptops better. I did a small auto command that replaces Motivator. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can't imagine that it's like a super complicated, you know what I mean, plugin, but I just like it. I just thought it was neat. Maybe we could do Nav Buddy. It's kind of an interesting one too. Nav Buddy. Lua. I think it's from the same guy who did Navic. Spec user.extras.nav. Now if we go to like LSP config and then I do control O, no, space O, yeah, space O. Say, and you can kind of navigate through different symbols and stuff. I think this one's kind of cool too. Like with the preview and all. Yeah. So that can be useful if you're moving through like a big ugly config file, you know, and you just kind of want to like do that. Do you use Luke Smith XYZ? I don't know. What do you mean by do I use Luke Smith XYZ? I haven't seen any content from Luke in a while though. I wonder what happened to him. Did he get banned? Do you lazy load all the plugins? What's the startup time in milliseconds? Oh, I don't know. Well, let me ask you a question. I'm going to type NVIM right now, and then you let me know if this is too fast or too slow or what. Right? Like, am I in that file fast enough for you? Or is there a little too much lag there? I mean, that could be pretty laggy, right? Like, to give my config file? Like, if I want to give my config file, right? And I type NVIM. And I'm in it that fast? Is that, that might not be fast enough. Similar to symbols outline? Yeah, but it puts it like front and center, I guess. So you can like move through things. There is a startup time. You can do NVIM. I forget how to do it. I don't remember the command. Type lazy and go to profile. Oh, okay, gotcha. I guess 143 milliseconds. So, I don't know. It might be faster. Like let's not open up launch. Let's go to lazy now. And let's check that. 128 milliseconds. I don't know. I mean, it's fine for me. I'm sure you could get it down lower. I'm sure it's possible. But it's not something that like I'm super worried about, to be honest. I guess so, one of the startup time professionals can let me know. How good that is. All right. I mean, I think that's good. No one said anything. Is that good? Is that a good amount of speed or no? I think around 100 milliseconds is just fine, especially when you consider like how long it takes to open up something like VS Code. I mean, we would all be very happy if we could open this thing up in 10 milliseconds. I'm sure that would be great, but I mean, it doesn't do anything that bothers me personally. So this like most of this config is already up. If you go to github.com/lunar_vim, and it's in the launch repo. So I'm going to be uploading the new stuff here. I'm going to be uploading the new stuff soon that has like all of the stuff that we did in this stream. But you want to go to lunarvim/launch.nvim, and that's where this config is going to be living. Now, I see this as like a modular starter, so I would expect that you would come in here and like, you know, take pieces or fork it and then use the base and then just kind of like, you know, create your own thing out of it. Or just go through and just pick out specs. Because this is going to work with lazy. These are all just lazy specs. Everything here is a lazy spec. So you can just come through and you can grab you can grab the CMP lazy spec here. And you just install it like a lazy spec and that's it. Is Launch.nvim yours? Yeah. Launch.nvim is mine. You have 70 plugins with a 29 millisecond startup time? Nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh man, I haven't taken one sip of anything during this like entire stream. I don't know why. I just took a first like drink of something. I should have been drinking through the entire stream because now my throat hurts. No, I've never done that. I have heard people say that that it like heals you or something like that, but I'm pretty sure they're trying to trick me. But yeah, so this is all gonna be, what is buff delete? Do I use this? I think I do use this for stuff. I can't remember exactly what. Really? Yeah, I'm probably gonna avoid it, but I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure about humans. I believe you. Chris, do you use Swim to manage Python VMs? I have a Medium article on this. Medium.com. Am I not signed in? Oh, you probably can't even, well, I don't know. You might not be able to read it without a Medium account. Oh, really? Maybe it's like a user or something. Let's go to her and then we'll see if that's how it works. At. You gotta do at. At Chris at machine. And you could take a look at the debugging and testing Python code, I think. Or it might be advanced Pyrite and LSP configurations. Or it might be LunarVim as a Python IDE. One way or the other, I have used Swim before. I think that's been their homepage for a while. Anyway, listen. Chris, can you buy me a USB? Listen, I have no money. You sound drunk. I'm just tired. This was a long stream, man. I have no money. I'm unemployed right now. All right. So you can buy me a USB dock for my MacBook. Yeah, we're in the same boat. Yeah, I plan to write more stuff on Medium, but I also plan to write more stuff on Nostr. I created like a blogging platform that I have to update on Nostr called blogstack.io. And it's like Medium, but I need to figure out how to do, well, I have to update the entire site. Andrew and Muhammad helped me with this. And yeah, so it needs better algorithms and things like this. But at some point I plan to get it all working and hopefully it'll be good. But if you go to, like, if I go to, I think it would be, well, I would have to go to my MPub and I would have to sign in. Let me log in really fast with my extension here. I'm not logged into Albi right now. But in the future, yeah, I mean, I plan to get this working, and then this is how I plan to do all my blogging. I would just blog and post it onto here, and then it would like simultaneously, whenever I post onto here, it would post onto my own personal website. Oh, I'm not job hunting. I'm not doing that. I'm just I'm doing contract work for Bitcoin. Is Launch.nvim the config that you're editing in your stream? Yes. Yes, it is. All right. I'm tired. I've had enough. This was too long, but hopefully we all learned something today. I learned something today. So learned a few things today. But yeah, I'm gonna get this config up probably tomorrow. I'm gonna like go through and just make sure everything's all good, and then this will all be available so you guys can go through again, like I said, like take pieces, like do all that kind of good stuff. Now repeat it in the future. I'm not repeating this in the future. That's not gonna happen. This is what you have for the year. basically for like basic Neovim stuff for me. If I'm going to be doing Neovim stuff in the future this year, what I plan to do is just do like individual plugin reviews and like just showing them off and showing like how cool they are, but not like going like in depth, because in depth is like difficult. And again, in depth videos and stuff like that, I don't know how, like, I think like I'd rather just show somebody like how to set it all up and like get going. And now that this exists, like I can just be like, yeah, I mean, you could start with like, I don't want to like walk you through like how to set up like CMP and how to like set up language servers and all this kind of good stuff, Like I just want to be like, yeah, you could use like Launch, like that's like the config I'm going to be using, and then like, I'm just going to like add like a lazy spec and then like show you like how this plugin works or something like that. So I'll probably do videos like that in the future, but I'm not going to go like into real nitty gritty like I did in this video. Do a topless stream? Yeah, maybe. It was fun. Yeah, it was fun. It's been 5 hours. That's wild. The hardest plugin you made in Lua? I have like some failed plugins that I've worked on. The best plugin that actually works is Breadcrumbs, probably, but it's like this really simple plugin. I like worked on a plugin for a little bit, like trying to do like bookmarks and things with like a SQLite database that you could like keep across different instances of Neovim. Like you could like version that across, but like it works, but the like some of the finer features like don't really work that well. You can do stuff like answering questions for Neovim beginners. Yeah, I might be able to do that at some point. But yeah, hopefully this was helpful. All right, I'm gonna get out of here before I get like sucked up. If there's any last questions, remember, like the stream, like it, put the thumbs up, subscribe, do all the good stuff. There's 55 people here. There should bare minimum be 55 likes. I'll put a nice thumbnail on it later. You can bookmark and save it, share it with your friends, and just, come back and re-reference some of this stuff like later on when you're trying to figure out how to do stuff in your config or whatever. I think this will be helpful for tons of people. I think even people who are somewhat advanced, like I'm sure there's at least small things to learn here. Keep going tonight? No, we're done tonight. That's it. I'm cooked. So, yeah, I'll probably do like simpler streams in the future, and then also I've been doing like little things on Twitter. Not signed in. I thought I was signed in. Can I do like, just go to my thing? Yeah, okay, good. Oh, I can't see all of my tweet. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. It is what it is. But anyway, yeah, I've been putting like little tweets out and stuff like that. So I got to figure out how to do like shorts and stuff too. Right. All right, guys. Well, hopefully this was useful. Happy New Year. Keep a lookout for more videos and stuff like that in the future. Follow on Twitter for like small little tips and things like that. And again, like, subscribe, become a channel member, support me on GitHub, all that kind of good stuff. And I will see you guys in the next stream or the next video. And yes, I am like a quarter Italian.